dives deeper. When you look at the last 4 times these two sides have met, when you talk about the record, so we know that Sydney are a team that like to mark the footy. Port Adelaide this year have been the best team in the competition at denying the opposition the uncontested mark. So just what you showed there. But this is the issue for the last 4 times. They've taken away Sydney's uncontested marks, which in effect, Jason, has stopped Sydney's ability to mark the ball inside 50 and has really kept their scores to basically under 10 goals as an average over the 4 times. So we know Sydney are a team that like to spread the field and mark the footy, but Port Adelaide are unique. They defend really 1v1 compared to some other teams in the competition. So this was last week, and again, they kept Hawthorn to 60 uncontested marks, their 5th lowest result for the year. And you can see how they want to stop the switch. They really want to stop the corridor. They want to squeeze you 1v1, which can leave them vulnerable, we know, defensively at times, because they are so tight. But if you are a team that want to spread the ball and kick it around and mark it, it makes it really difficult. So this is what we're going to see. Hawthorn want to go through the corridor. Port Adelaide are really good at denying those opportunities, and then they get a chance to get the game in a scramble and win the ball back. So it will be something we watch tonight to see whether Sydney can get into the corridor, can get their uncontested mark game going. If they can't, it favours Port Adelaide.
Yeah, well, they did it so well against Hawthorn last week, didn't they? And you can only do that if you're playing one-on-one, because if you're playing a zone defence, it's too easy for players to find a bit of space, and the good players, they'll hit those targets all the time. But because they play that one-on-one brand of football, it gives them that opportunity. But you've got to work so hard, and they're going to have to work hard tonight. And if they can do it, and if they can deny Sydney again, that's a big step towards winning the game.
Did you ever win Goal of the Year?
Wouldn't have thought so. I didn't win a lot. As a team, we won a lot, but not individual, no.
So the 1,200 odd goals, there was none special enough.
Everyone said they were boring, Sarah.
Well, these goals are not boring. We've seen some brilliant contenders for Goal of the Year, none better than these 3. And this year, NAB will be giving $50,000 to the winner, plus an extra $10,000 to their local junior football club.
DJ still rolling as Harley Reid gets to work and powering away with a couple of bounces. Harley Reid on full show, unbelievable!
Nick, casual, delightful. De Crisp for the 1-2. All part of the plan. Oh, they're going to get Nick Dacos again here. He's got it back, sidestep, sizes them up. They're going to get Nick. They're going to get Dacos. And now an opportunity for Dacos.
All right, welcome in everyone. Big night here. It is preliminary final night. Sydney Swans taking on Port Adelaide. I thought I'd just start early so we could just have a little bit of a listen to the commentators and their thoughts. We'll head straight back down there in just a moment, but I just want to give you the team lineups for the teams tonight. And of course for Sydney, we've got Robbie Fox coming in, and going out is Callum Mills. The milestone games there for Dane Rampy, 250th game there for the Swans. And of course the superstar Isaac Heaney, 200th game. 2 big milestones for them. Let's have a look at their lineup now for the fullbacks. The Sydney Swans, the Dane Rampy, Tom McCartan, Tim Blakey, the Lizard. I'm sure we'll see a lot of run from him. From the back line of Sydney, the half-backs are Jake Lloyd, Harry Cunningham, Lewis Melican. The centres, James Jordan, Chad Warner and Oliver Florent. The half-forwards, Luke Parker, Logan McDonald, Errol Goulden. The full forwards, Tom Papley, Joel Armitage, Will Hayward. And of course the followers are Brodie Grundy, Isaac Heaney, James Rowbottom. And we go the interchange, Roberts, Campbell, McInerney, McLean. And of course, for Port Adelaide, the full-backs are Zach Dircher, Alir, Miles Bergman, the half-backs, Lockie Jones, Logan Evans, Ryan Burton. The centres there for Port Adelaide this evening, Jason Burgoyne, William Drew, Travis Boak, and of course the half-forwards, Rioli, Darcy Byrne-Jones, Jackson Mead. Of course, the forwards are Mitch Georgiadis, Estevar Ratatouille and Charlie Dixon. The followers are Jordan Sweet, Jason Horne-Francis, Connor Rose, and the interchange, Sin, Butters, Wines and Narkle. There are your lineups, folks. Now, just before I go any further, I want to give you my prediction tonight. I think Sydney wins this game easy, and one of those big reasons is Charlie Dixon has been named back in the side for Port Adelaide. 2 weeks ago, Port Adelaide got absolutely thumped. Charlie Dixon played forward. He was a waste of space up there. Last week, Port Adelaide beat Hawthorn. No Charlie Dixon. They looked great. They looked open in the forward line. Charlie Dixon is going to be he's going to be an anchor to Port Adelaide, I think, tonight. And I think that will be the downfall of Port Adelaide. I think Sydney Swans wins this one tonight by about 13 points. But you know what? That is just my opinion, folks. Don't forget, you can stick your vote in. Look at the vote. Who's going to win this game tonight? Is it going to be Sydney Swans or Port Adelaide? Up there at the SCG. Don't forget, give your vote. And we'll see at the end of the game if we got it right. There we go. Noel, welcome in. I play AFL. Good stuff. You play footy. Almost famous. Hey, John, how you going, brother? What's happening over there? Al's Adventure Vlogs. I tell you what, we'll have a happy man if Sydney wins for Al tonight. Yeah, I think Sydney tonight, Al's, for sure. Lynette, how you going? Welcome in, welcome in. I never did live. There we go. Maybe one day. AFL live news. Lynette, Santa, all welcome in. Welcome in. 13 years. Al's been waiting for the Sydney Swans. That's a long time, Al. I tell you what, some teams, they wait a lot longer than that. Just have a look at the odds there for tonight's game. And, of course, 134 are the odds for the Sydney Swans. 318 are the odds for Port Adelaide. I'll tell you what, I think the game is a little bit closer than the odds actually say. Sydney only playing one game in the past 3 weeks. Port Adelaide, as I said before, coming off a fantastic hard-fought win last week. She's going to be tough. I'm just going to check and see the recent encounters between these two sides. There we go. The recent encounters. Port Adelaide, last time they played, 3rd of August. They had over 100-point win against the Sydney Swans, 148-36. That was back on August 3 this year. And, of course, last year, the Swans went down by 2 points. Port Adelaide won again at the SCG. And, of course, the year before that, Port Adelaide were victors by 23 points there in Port Adelaide. So, Port Adelaide, they've won their past 3 games against the Swans. It's all right. You know what? It's a different game today, though, folks. It's a different game today. And it's going to be pressure and everything's going to be... it's all going to be happening. Port busted and bruised. Well, that's it. That was a very hard-fought game. You know, sometimes, though, I like to play the week before and get your form going well. But we got 19 minutes before the bounce of the ball to this fantastic game tonight. We'll just take you back down to the commentators, and they'll give you a little bit of their thoughts prior to the game start.
Port Adelaide were jittery, they were fumbling. They had a different mindset going into the Hawthorn game. You just wonder and hope that it's something similar tonight, that they now just go, you know what, we are good enough. We can knock off this team. We feel confident, and they're hoping to get to work. And there's no reason why they shouldn't. Their form over the last 3 months, particularly with their pressure and effort, has been terrific, except for that Geelong game. So if they can wipe that and bring their other best footy, they're in this contest.
I think Hall Francis is a massive say in this game. I mean, he's unbelievable in moments over the last couple of weeks. I just think the way that he plays, the power that he plays with the burst from stoppage, but more specifically for me, when he's deep forward, I think he has the capability of digging 4 goals tonight, Jace, and winning the game for Port Adelaide. He played the most minutes he played in a game, 110 minutes, I think it was last week. Less rest. He was cramping at the end, admittedly, but that's the Jason Hall-Francis they need tonight. And that might be a possible matchup for a Dane Rampy when he does go forward. We know what he's capable of. They're starting to get the balance right between what he plays in the midfield and what time he does spend forward.
I like him forward. He's kicked goals now these last 7 games. And more important, he's kicked important goals. He's kicked goals when they've needed them and when it's mattered. So, yeah, you know what? I love his ability, you've been big on it, Kingy, to win one-on-one contests inside the forward 50. And then if it's not working, we know what he can do around the ball.
The other guy to keep an eye on has to be Willie Rioli. He was the match winner for mine last week against the Hawks, because when he gets involved, things happen. He had 15 possessions, kicked a couple of goals, but he had 8 score involvements. He just made things happen. And it was a tough matchup against Blake Hartwick, who we know is a quality player. But this guy just has a habit of bringing the players in around him, making things happen. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. Now, he's going to need to back that up again tonight if he's going to help get Port over the line.
Yeah, just the 3 goals in the 2 finals, but 5 goal assists, direct goal assists. So he's important, playing closer to goal. I think they've realised that he doesn't have the tank to get up and work like some of the other half forwards. Let his talent shine where it matters, and that's inside 30.
Harry Cunningham, the man to get him, King. He did a great job on Brent Daniels last week.
Yeah, we've been talking, Joey. It looks that way. It doesn't look like that matchup. He's probably the toughest matchup on the field for the Swans, really. That small back position, if you absolutely haven't got the man, you get exposed in these games. He's another one who could hit the scoreboard in a big way tonight. That's why I like him and Hall Francis deeper. I don't like their tools out of the square. I think you can reference and defeat Dixon, and same with Radigalia. I like their smalls deep.
Tell us about the start, Joe, because this crowd is hostile towards Port Adelaide. They got no love when they ran out then, and we're going to hear the roar shortly for the Swans.
Yeah, Jace just spoke about Sydney have played in spurts, but particularly the second half of the season. If they start well, it might be all over, because they've been a team that have started slow and then just overrun sides late in the game. If they come out of the blocks and use the energy and use this crowd, it's going to make it awfully hard for Port Adelaide. So no doubt they'll want to start well. It hasn't been a strength, but my gosh, it's such a talented side.
Plenty of smiles on the faces. They are excited to be here. They know what's at stake, but they're also just thrilled to be amongst it.
That man, Tom Papley, he's the energiser. He was one of the live wires against the GWS Giants. He can spark the crowd.
He was enormous to get back into that side. I mean, the Smalls have been huge in this final series, a lot of ground ball, and just the energy, you're right. The spark, he also had a number of goal assists. He's a real threat, and unlike Sydney, who have got Cunningham to match up with Rioli, I'm not sure, Kingy, whether Port Adelaide have that small defensive player that can shut down Tom Papley.
No, you're right. And I think Luke Parker, this is a Luke Parker type game tonight. A steady hand, a wise head. He knows what's required. At any given moment, he's played a hell of a lot of footy for this football club, and he loves these sorts of games. I can see him having a big night tonight, Luke Parker.
I like the inclusion of Robbie Fox as the sub. He gives you cover in just about every position because he can play anywhere. So he's very versatile for them. Frankie Evans, we know, is going to be the sub for Port, but I just think that was the right inclusion. This man here plays game number 250. I asked John Longmire about it pre-game. He is a different cat, but they know how valuable he is because he can also play tall, he can play small, he can do it all.
Well, he did the job on Toby Green a few weeks ago, and I think he'll be waiting for Jason Horne-Francis when he comes forward from the midfield. I think it's the right matchup. He's terrific one-on-one. You can go with him in the air or at ground level, and he's going to niggle him. He's not going to give him an inch and try and get under his skin. He's got another huge role to play tonight.
Superstars everywhere you look, Jace, for the Sydney Swans. You love this guy, Chad Warner.
Well, what's not to love, Sarah? Another one with a trick bag bigger than most. He can do it all. And that last quarter, a couple of weeks ago, 7 clearances in a quarter. That's ridiculous. And we showed some clips of Heaney and all his involvement. But everything started with him around the stoppages. He's brilliant. And his ability to run, he still was turning the legs over and running away from contests, running away from players and running away from stoppages in that last turn. He's a beast.
He's got the best jets in the business. Yeah. He's got a great step on him. He can drop the brakes, change the angles, and they need angles to be changed tonight. If they are going to defend, as you showed before, Joey, one-on-one, you need guys who can change lanes, change direction, expose guys that haven't done the job defensively from a Port Adelaide point of view.
Well, the wait is almost over here at the SCG, and tomorrow at the MCG, the final piece in the puzzle for 2024. It is the Brisbane Lions and the Cats in a preliminary final to decide the grand finalists. You can catch it all on Fox Footy from 4 p.m. It doesn't get much better than this.
You're watching Finals Footy on Fox.
All right, they're just gone to a break, folks. They've just gone to a break. We'll take you back down there in just a moment. Just a moment. Freo, I don't know, what do you mean by Freo? Michael is on Freo. Sydney Swans and Port Adelaide here. I'm on Sydney Swans. And I barrack for the Magpies. So that's the two for me. And I think tomorrow night, Geelong and Brisbane I think Brisbane can get the job done tomorrow night in a ring-a-ding-ding game. I think Brisbane are just showing their class. So I think that's the goal tomorrow night, Brisbane. So I think it'll end up being a Sydney-Brisbane grand final in 8 days' time here at the MCG. Should be a great game. I tell you what though, folks, I tell you this. Let's hope the weather's a little bit better than it is today here. Let's hope in a week and a day's time the sun is shining. It's going to be a beautiful day of about 20 degrees. Football, perfect day. Should be epic. Next week, grand final day. It's going to be great. Don't forget, next Friday is actually a public holiday in Victoria because it's a public holiday for the AFL grand final. That's where everyone gets out, gets to their friends, has a barbecue, puts a snag on the barbie, and it's going to be a cracker. And then, of course, on Saturday, watching the big game. But I'm sure there is millions around the world going to be tuning in to listen to this fantastic game, the highly anticipated game of Sydney Swans and Port Adelaide this evening. Ryan, how you going, Squire? What's happening? Welcome in. Welcome in, young Ryan. What's going on? G'day, Al from Ryan. That's the ticket. Michael, you are right. Absolutely, Al. I think they'll win. You know, as I was saying before, I think the big downfall, and we might actually see this and hear this in the call, is Dixon for Port Adelaide down forward. I think he just messes up their entire forward line. He makes their forward line just predictable. It makes it slow. You know, and the last time I saw Dixon play, he struggled with his first effort and there was no second and third efforts from Dixon. I think he just takes up space and makes Port Adelaide very ordinary in the forward line down there. So that is it. So I am saying Sydney wins, get on, because Dixon is playing. I think Port Adelaide has cost himself its spot in the grand final by playing Dixon. As I said 2 weeks ago, folks, I said after Port Adelaide got smashed by Geelong, I said if Dixon plays next week, Port Adelaide can't win. The only way they can win is if they drop him. What happens? They dropped him against Hawthorn and they looked fantastic. Their forward line looked dangerous. And of course, that was because Dixon was dropped. Now he's back in. Condolences to all the Port Adelaide fans out there. But that's just my predictions. That's how I see the game. Addy G, what's going on? Oh my God, Dixon back in. I know. Can you believe it? You know, if the publicans and the footy lovers can see what's happening, I don't know why they can't see it within inside the club. Maybe someone, you know, we'll look back on our vlogs, our live streams that we've done. They'll listen to the words of wisdom and go, you know what? Everyday part of life. He was right. We should have taken note. We should have actually left Dixon out of the preliminary final against Sydney because they must have definitely heard the voice against Geelong. They did that for the next week. Alley Go Swans from Addy G. There we go. Who's this? Who's what? Ben Dixon, Charlie Dixon for Port Adelaide. As you can see, he plays forward. Charlie Dixon, he's the big man up there. He's one of the more experienced players, but he's just very slow these days, and his efforts have been. It's like I don't know. It's like he played injured or so 2 weeks ago. He had no speed, no second efforts. He was an anchor up forward. That's how I say it, you know. And when you're looking at a team like Sydney, they've got their home crowd. If they start well, they get their home crowd behind them, cheering them on. That'll urge them. That'll hopefully get them off to a flying start in the opening quarter, and then their run will just continue the way through, and they'll press on and play well throughout the rest of the night. You know, that's not to say that Port Adelaide, you know, for some miracle, couldn't cause an upset. But for me, highly unlikely, especially now that I've seen Dixon back into the forward line for Port Adelaide. I think one change like that, I think that certainly can cost them the game. And they just look so much better with an open forward line like they did last week. Anyway, there we go. Be right back. I'm checking AGL Live. No worries. Thanks, Noel. All right, we'll head back down and hear what some of the commentators have got to say. Come on, Dermot Burton.
50-50, you're gone. You've got to be able to get that 50-50 split. Now have a look at this man, Jordan Sweet. His highest rating round was in round 21 v Sydney, but the game of his career, he's been in the system for 6 years. The game of his career was last week. Averages 9 possessions a game, he got 15. Averages 1.5 tackles per game, he laid 5 monster tackles. He took it up to Lloyd Meek, he took it up to Big Mubby or Chol, and he was a brute. And he did this type of thing. Now watch this ball, watch the vision. He knows exactly where this ball has to go to, and he made that goal. Funny enough, everyone went to Horn Francis, great snap. No one went to Sweetie, and he was awesome. Now, as I said, he's been in the competition for 6 years, and we saw him and we thought, will he make it at the Bulldogs? Have a look at the specimen on the left. 2018. He's about 94 kilos at 6'8". Now he's about 110, 115 kilos. He is a monster, and he's up against a 200-game veteran in Brodie Grundy. So whoever has the lion's share of takeaways and control of that ruck will give these brilliant midfielders the inside running.
It's a great point, Dermot. Jace, that's a big reason the Swans recruited Brodie Grundy for nights like this.
100%, but I'm a bit with Derm. I was super impressed with what Jordan Sweet was able to do last week. He does not look like the sort of man you want to run into in a dark alley. In fact, I don't want to run into him in a well-lit main road. He's a beast of a man, isn't he?
He is, and he'll compete in the ruck. It's whether he can go around the ground with Grundy, who does have a bit more aerobic capacity than, say, a Lloyd Meek. So he's got to make sure that Grundy doesn't rack up lots of touches and have influence that way. But around the contest, I expect Sweet to hold his own.
All right, we're getting closer and closer to the much-anticipated first bounce here at the SCG. Port Adelaide and the Sydney Swans on a beautiful night in Sydney. 24 degrees today and sunny. There's a light breeze at the moment, but perfect conditions for football. Let's head out to the middle for the pre-game ceremony.
Welcome you to the 2024 Toyota AFL Final Series, and tonight to the first preliminary final between the Sydney Swans and Port Adelaide. The AFL acknowledges the Gadigal people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on tonight, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect all the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome Uncle Lloyd Walker.
I get Lloyd Walker, Camry Ray, Daralanga, Gedaguguru, Nuranayang. Good evening, players, coaches, umpires, ladies and gentlemen, and families. My people moved freely between Sydney and the Illawarra until 1883, where our people relocated to La Perouse. I'd like to pay my respects to elders, past and present. A wise elder once said, the music from a piano sounds so much better with the white and black keys working together. I'd like to pay my respect as well to our Indigenous AFL players, our stars, for being such fantastic role model to our youth. So once again, a warm welcome to our traditional lands. In concluding, in Aboriginal culture, we don't have a word for goodbye, as we believe we'll see our friends and family again, even after death, in the dream time. We have a Darrell word, Nandawabi, Nanda for see, Wa for the future, and B for I. I would conclude with Nandawabi, and you can respond with Nandawabi. So get those game voices ready. Enjoy the game. Enjoy your night. Nandawabi.
Uncle Lloyd, thank you very much. And now, if you are able, would you please rise, remove your hats, and join with the coaches, the players, and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Jacinta Gulisano.
To go into battle and aiming for a 5th grand final appearance. Ken Hinkley, of course, aiming for his first. There's been enormous pressure on Ken at various stages of this season. John Longmire's probably had it a little easier, but the pressure right now on these men is enormous.
It is, and more so on Ken, you're right, because Horse has been there, done that a heap of times as both a player and a coach. But we sensed he was nervous. He was on edge here. You have to be. This is the pointy end of the season. The game's played for premierships. You've got to make a grand final to win a premiership. This is the last step to get there. It's going to be massive.
There's no second prize tonight. This is it. If you make a grand final, your year's been a success. If you win it, an outrageous success. If you lose a prelim, it's a hollow feeling. 30 weeks of footy, a pre-season, an off-season, the drafting, the development, it all means nothing if you don't win tonight.
The nerves are there for the players. Make no mistake, there is anxiety right now because, as Jason said, the first thrill for a player to win a premiership is to get there. And Sydney, of course, a lot of this group played a couple of years ago and are desperate to get another chance to redeem themselves. And Port Adelaide have been around the mark for so many years. They just want to have a chance to play in the grand final. So they're going to be playing for keeps, absolutely.
Good to see some Port fans here at least, Sarah. They're going to need to be in good voice because we've seen Port Adelaide fall short all too many times in recent years. So there's a great opportunity laying at their feet right now, but they've got to go and take it. And they need to bring that rage that they had last week, that ferocious pressure. They were like rabid dogs around the contest. They've got to bring that again.
Who is going to win this final? Who is going to own this preliminary final, Jace?
Obviously, the skipper's coming in for the toss of the coin. I'm going for Nick Blakey. The Lizard hasn't quite been at his best in recent times. I reckon he's due for a biggie.
Tommy Papley for me, the energy that the Swans need. He's been brilliant in the back half of the year. He's a finals performer, and he'll do it again tonight.
Well, if Port Adelaide are to cause an upset, Sarah, I think it's going to have to be their superstar, Zach Butters. He's had a couple of quiet finals. We know he's been playing under duress with those ribs. I'd like to think now that he's in good shape. He's had 3 or 4 weeks to recover. If his ribs are okay, he needs a massive one. If he can get back to the form that he showed in the month before the finals when he was electric, averaging almost 33 disposals a game, he was sensational. If he gets back to that, they can pull this off.
And
I'm going for Errol Goulden. I think he had a quieter than usual qualifying final. He's too good to have another quiet game. I could see him really breaking the shackles today and owning this preliminary final.
So many stars on display. We just want to get spoiled the same way we were last weekend. We want a couple of ripping games.
I think you got to search for physicality early. You know, a game like this, you got to hunt a body. You got to want contact. And if the ball's there, terrific. If it's not, feel your opponent. Make a statement early. The Swans have been poor starters all year, Joey. They need to hit the ground running.
Yeah, can't wait for this. I'd love to see the matchups too. Fascinated by what Ken Hinkley decides to do. How the Sydney Swans play it with James Jordan. There's going to be plenty on the line. Tommy Papley, Lukey Parker. You know they're going to throw their weight around. This is going to be on from the start. This is going to go to the death. I've got a feeling this goes right down to the final 10 minutes.
Isaac Heaney just went to Jason Horn-Francis and then did a swap with James Rowbottom. So not the matchup they were looking for there as we look out to the middle. It is go time in this preliminary final, live from the SCG. The winner through to a grand final. Destiny awaits on Fox Footy.
Port Adelaide. And Port Adelaide, the recipient of a nice early free kick, the handball off. Corralled Horn Francis, high ball forward, Radigalia to fly, Melican at the back, walks into some trouble. Goulden distributes to Florentin. He just kicks it up the chimney.
Free kick.
And a free kick is coming back.
Chase Burgoyne, I think.
Wow, that's a long way off the footy.
Stand there. That's the mark.
Did I hear you say block off the ball? I think it's against the Lizard there on the mark. Jace Burgoyne started on the wing on Errol Goulden. We know how well he played last week. It was a breakout game for him in a massive semi-final. Lizard not happy.
It's a mile off the ball. We're trying to find it. But what a start this would be for Jace Burgoyne and Port Adelaide. If they give them to you, you take them. First blood power. So, big start, big call in a prelim. And the Port Adelaide Footy Club are taking that all day long.
Here's the replay, bottom right. Look at the bottom right here. And there it is, Richard. Well, look. It's not a lot there. I mean, the umpire's right there, though, and he's paid it in a big prelim final. Players do sort of bump into each other on the ground, so.
Grundy, little knockdown here, Sweet again. Gets a touch out of the middle. Drew, slicing ball forward here for Port Adelaide. Melican's under fierce pressure. The pressure's still there for Port. They're coming from every direction. It is still there. Absolutely no doubt about it as we see Blakey and Burgoyne. And that incident, little knockdown comes here. Rioli's caught in the tackle. Ball's pinned.
This is concerning for Sydney. Port Adelaide have won 17 first quarters. Sydney have lost 14 of them. Great intent from Port early.
Still a scrambled ball, then a hack kick out. Almost McDonald, and then Warner held up.
The thing about that free kick is you've got to play those all night now. Let's hope we don't.
I think early on the umpires just want to take control of the game, making sure there's nothing silly off the ball.
To the back, Rioli. And that's just fanned across the face, so all the territory with Port Adelaide early. Ruck's Jordan Brody.
Port fans will be loving the first 3 minutes of this game. Sweet in the ruck against Grundy. That's 3 out of 3 stoppages for him. Here's Dixon into the side. Really just to compete with Joe. Bring everything to ground. And on the full.
So good on Drew. Looks like he's going to go to Isaac Heaney around the ground. And you're right, BT. Dixon, just don't get out marked tonight. And the same with Radigalia. Georgiades has been in pretty good form.
Parker a fly. Burgoyne clean. Heaney, what about the season he's had? Quite simply extraordinary. Honours the short lead of Warner.
This is where Port Adelaide have covered the middle of the ground. That's where Sydney normally want to go. They want to pierce their way through.
Blakey normally wants to go fast. Got the eyes darting around, but there's not much on. He's got Blakey long, handball. And Rampy will go, Grundy long, and he goes to Grundy. Almost gets there. Nicely done, Rowbottom. Inside 50. Aaliyah has paid the money.
Just had front position Aaliyah and read the ball quicker in the air.
Licks the wing. It's the target. Dixon's come a long way up. There's one that comes to ground. Pinned in a magnificent tackle there by Rosie. High contact.
Stand.
Rosie questions it. Goulden with the free though.
Jordan has Horn Francis at the moment. He might get it here.
Goulden goes long and deep. Once again, Dirk Thatcher in front. Horn Francis right on the boundary line. Kick around the body. Difficult one. Blakey picked it up on it pretty well. 45 closing. Didn't have the wheels left on the kick. Out of bounds deep. Sydney.
That's something that Sydney want to see more of. Blakey taking the game on, using that left peg. He's had a quieter back into the season. They need the ball in his hand.
There's the Jordan Horn Francis matchup.
Port Adelaide free kick. Port Adelaide free kick.
Off the ball free kick for Drew.
Umpire didn't see. He got pushed into from Horn Francis. Horn Francis pushes straight into the back of him.
Well picked up, Hodgie. That won't help the mood of these Swans fans. They're already annoyed. Florent gives and gets it back. Jordan, floating ball forward. Amadi just has to thump it from behind. And a nice tackle from the big forward. Jones on hands and knees. And Boat takes James Jordan out.
Looking really well set up behind the footy at the moment, Port Adelaide.
Oh, they're up for the fight. They are certainly up for the fight. Sydney going to have to be at their best for longer periods tonight, you suggest, with this sort of opening. See what happens from here. Jones is tackled by Rowbottom.
It's really hard to hear at ground level. It's so deafening at times. At times you're going to have to play it almost a bit tunnel vision. Just make sure you pick up the ball and execute well.
Sydney is still yet to score against Port in the first quarter this year. He's 7 minutes in. Went without it, Rosie, over the line and out of bounds. We'll throw it in again on that neutral wing on the far side of the ground. Ken Hickley's had a big week. Said to the boys earlier, and Bruce, that his team has prepared brilliantly this week. Couldn't be better, he said.
They won their last 3 here too, so no fears. The SCG for Port Adelaide. Happily went over the top of it. Drew. Radigalia, a good one-on-one win against a very good player in McCartney. Wants to spread it now to Boak. Rosie ahead of the footy. Can straighten up the captain. Misses the lot.
Nick Blakey. Nick, this side of the
Sweet was really good last week on Meek. He started off really well on Grundy. 6 hit-outs to 1, 4 clearances to 1 Port's way.
He's had a good year, Hodgie. He's got better and better.
Exceptional year. Big, strong body, BT.
Yep. There's Cunningham. Wedged in the back pocket. Rock solid playing for Sydney again. Thirks acted with the fist was good. Warner, the front and centre, was clever, couldn't hang on. Drew was bowled over awkwardly. Sydney with the numbers. Hayward extracts cleanly. Talk about clean. Here's Warner. Funny little kick, but it was well designed. Had the desired effect almost. Alia got a lucky one to Drew. Drew takes his time.
Drops it to Connor Rosie. Butters just on the ground, started on the bench as he did last week. Goes in the Radigalia direction, easily marked by Hayward.
Port haven't let them use the corridor yet. They've forced them out this side to the wing every single time. So they're defending well.
Jones under it. Campbell. Scramble ball forward. Ground level now for Logan Evans. Controlled it pretty well. Boat turns it over. Rowbottom. Hits Lloyd.
They had really good cover there, Port. They had the outnumber in their defensive 50. Just a skill error from the veteran Travis Boak. They'll keep trying to use the corridor there. That's the position they love to come back through every time out of D50. They attack through the corridor. They'll keep trying. Doesn't come off every time.
Jake Lloyd, who'll forget the running goal a couple of weeks ago that lit the SCG up. What's he got from the set shot? veteran defender. Looks nice off the boot. Absolutely perfect. Settle for the Swans. Such a good player. Such an underrated player by many in the AFL community, but not within the four walls of the Sydney Football Club. He's been absolutely brilliant.
They had numbers here, Port Adelaide. They should have been able to exit. It was just a mistake by Travis Boak. That happens. It leaves Lloyd out inside 50 at box. He seems to be getting a lot higher up the ground recently, Jake Lloyd.
Yeah, he has. At times he'll get up on the wing, and he's just been so influential. That qualifying final, his run and carry, he just breaks the lines. He always uses it well.
Nice little birthday present for Jakey Lloyd there. 31 today. Goulden, little dribble by foot along the ground. They're starting to press themselves here. Sydney now found their feet. Bergman. They've got the ball here. It'll go the way of Burton. Back into the side for Port tonight in this big game. Looking for Drew in the middle. Didn't go back enough, Drew. Couldn't keep his feet there. It's like an ice skating rink in there. It's so firm. There is Lloyd again. Lurking forward. Got the overlap run in flow. Beautiful kick. And Marty strong hands.
You love that. McInerney there, giving them that overlap. This is what you want. You want handball receives in that area of the ground, because as a forward, it keeps the defenders on their toes. Look at that. Alir can't get set. And Marty finds some space to lead into.
So Joel Amati with a kick of about 40 metres. There's the angle. Onto the boot beautifully. Nicely guided. Look at the support in the background. So Sydney picking up the intensity, getting their share of the footy, and looking dangerous as well. Who can sustain this finals-like pressure for the longest? That's what it boils down to.
This is why Port are so dangerous. They will always try and hit this one in the middle. This one's a centimetre off, but it's risk versus reward. This time they miss it. But Richo, you mentioned they're going to continue to do that. Ken said before the game that they want to take the game on through the middle. Even though they miss one, then they'll keep going.
That's 2 goals from turnover. But as you say, Watchy, they'll keep going there, because you're not going to win unless you don't.
Dixon and McLean in there now.
Francis. Put Adelaide. No, he's on Francis. On Francis. Stand. Come on.
Francis.
Play on.
He just kicks a high long one inside 50. Georgiades has a run at it. Butters ground level. Holding the ball.
Easy. Stand, please.
Former Demon. Become a very important player for Sydney.
Play on.
Marty just soaking up Alir, and then he's going to work at ground level. Such an athlete, Joel Marty. Taken out of it. Looping handball, Marty to challenge Horn Francis.
Holding.
He's in the contest though, Joel Marty. Had a quiet game. We know he kicked the winning goal against the Giants, but he was quiet. So that early mark gets him into the game.
Zerk Thatcher looked sluggish then. I don't know whether there's something wrong with him or he was just taken to the cleaners on that little sprint for the ball, wasn't he?
He's back in deep 50. He looks a little bit hobbled, BT. He might have got a bit of a corky, I think.
Yep. He does indeed. There's Butters.
Like 2 metres.
There's Jones just making sure that Butters, those ribs are okay, making him earn everything.
Down the line here, Bergman's got to go back. He did it several times last week in his most spectacular game since he debuted, Chase Bergman.
This was right in front of us. One of the opening umpires called was touched before the line.
Okay, throw it in. Let's throw it in.
We spoke Butters and Jordan. Both there nice and physical. He wants to give him to test him out. I know he knows how important Butters is to that midfield.
So now that he's on the ground, Butters, he's the man for Jordan.
Burgoyne, Horn Francis. Inside they go. Blakey in good shape. Didn't really connect with the fist as he would have liked, but Warner can make it work at ground level. Turnover, Narkle. Narkle floating ball. All Sydney back there. And Melican got a hand in.
Yeah, he didn't know what was behind him, Melican. And so he just stuck the hand up and was able to get it through the behinds, or through the goalmouth for a behind. What pressure here early. We're back in by Roberts. Clean was there. Dixon couldn't handle it. Plenty. Goulding looking for the give and go. Warner turns to the middle. They love the corridor. McLean, a nice little ball to Hayward over the top. This is a great build-up. Here's Ollie Florent. Got back to McLean. Burgoyne's got him in the tackle. Running down the end. No free kick for the tackle, eh? No reward. Sydney go on. McDonald kicks the goal as a result. Boy, oh boy. Goodness gracious me. Maybe a little unlucky not to be rewarded in the tackle, but nevertheless, McDonald kicks a stirring goal.
This one here from Dixon McLean, just the two hands in the back, pushing, let it go. Goes up the other end, Richo. This normally happens. The umpire misses one. Could have been a hold the ball. Sydney good enough to pick it up, kick their third goal. We spoke about their slow starts, not tonight. They've matched the tempo of Port Adelaide.
I think Goulding's enjoying not having a run with player on him. He's had a couple recently. Back out onto the wing tonight. He's just going head-to-head against Jace Burgoyne. He's had a good start, Goulden.
And he brilliantly through. McInerney, inside 50 ball. Little touch. Worked for Aaliyah. Burgoyne's handball. Set Burton a real task. Through comes Sin with some dash. Horn Francis, look out, he had no idea. And the turnover to Campbell. Beautiful user. McLean just couldn't hang on. Aaliyah wobbles it in the Heaney and McInerney, I should say, direction. Heaney gets it back. And now all the way back to Ollie Florin, and they can regroup Sydney off half-back.
Lloyd. McLean.
Dixon back in the hole. Heaney found a little bit of space.
Campbell with that left. McInerney winds. Needs to get rid of it. He did just in the nick of time. And both will be paid a steadying mark here. Quickly on to Horn Francis, who's stood in that spot since he was tackled. It's been amazing. Good kick over the top here. Butters. Long handball. Downfield free here to Port. So Georgiades.
What was the downfield for?
I think it was a late, paid a late bump.
Two blokes running at each other.
Steering ball. Melican's kick was partially smothered. Boak went and got it. Opportunity. Opportunity. And opportunity taken by Ryan Burton. So already some defenders sneaking forward and impacting on the scoreboard. Burton back for Port Adelaide. That was an excellent finish.
I think he's paid against Dane Rampy there on Zach Butters.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yep.
And they get it into a dangerous spot to a contest and just pushing down nicely there. A really good finish.
I think that shows how tough Butters is, because he got up, laughed at it and just ran on as if it was nothing.
Did indeed. Matt Stevick in the middle. Beautiful work from Sweet. Horn Francis off the back. Now Burgoyne, the finisher here. He's under some pressure. Little hook back in. Rioli in front. Juggling attempt. And they sat on him the moment he was on the deck. They would be Rioli conscious this week.
That's 7 touches for Horn Francis already. A real impact through that midfield. 2 clearances.
Row bottom. Chase Burgoyne. Real focus on the footy. Well done, Logan McDonald, to break it up. Back now to Warner. That kick will work. To Hayward. Love using the corridor, Sydney. Rampy. Long ball, but a 2v1 in the end, and McLean couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, McLean took his eyes off the ball there, though. Just has to try and focus on the ball and not his opponent there, and just get it to ground. He was 2-on-1. A good result would have just been to get it to ground.
Risky kick here. Turn over to McCartan. Loads up Grundy. Grundy wanted Roberts, but he wasn't looking, so McInerney wide. There's Patley.
It's Grundy's first possession.
Tom Papley to the pocket. He and his teammates weren't on the same wavelength there, because Port had that covered pretty well. Stoppage inside the Sydney 50.
Free kick. It's going to Sweet. Just got the better of Grundy at the moment. Started pretty well, Sweet. Had a great game last week. 9 hit-outs now to 2. McCartan, uncontested in the end, no. It just carried beyond him. And now an opportunity comes. Burn Jones penetrating for Horn Francis. Rampy there, the ball didn't quite work.
There's a free kick against Grundy. Can't really argue with that at his left arm.
That was a good inside 50 entry from Burn Jones as well. He didn't really have anything on. Got it out of bounds.
The Rioli release handball in the middle was superb, Richo.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, so clever. And his winds.
I love him up the ground, Brian, because he uses it so well by hand and foot. Something normally comes of his touches.
Wines just going to plop it into the big boys to do the aerial stuff. Dixon's job, bring it to ground, and he has for Burn Jones. Couldn't get a feel on it there. Out of the way comes McInerney, extracted it magnificently, the left-footed Rampy. Rampy a high ball, this is a big one-on-one. McLean and Zerk Thatcher did really well. Once again, tidied up there by Sin. Wines trying to find Burgoyne, and he does down low.
Started this game as he finished the last, Chase Burgoyne. Incredibly impressive last week.
End zone. Yep.
Almost Radaglia. Papley did really well to provide a contest ground level. Burgoyne. Rosie, they go inside again. Horn Francis.
Just going to go to Radaglia. Support Adelaide, they are really happy at the moment just to dump the ball in, 15-20 out. They've got big representation there from Sweet, Dixon and Radaglia, the last couple of entries. But if you keep putting it there, eventually you can draw a free kick. That's what Radagalia's done, the arm over the shoulder there from McCartan.
That's what the Sydney Swans are. 9 free kicks to 3, but that was perfect. It was in front, bigger body, hard to get around.
Asava shoves it across the face and just sneaks it in for a behind.
Just down the other end of the ground, Ali's had a fantastic start to this game. His position has been wonderful, but Luke Parker's gone over to try and engage him there.
Thanks, Bolts. There's Goulden. Just going to figure this out. Remember, Sydney want the corridor. Port desperately trying to protect the corridor. Short ball here to Lloyd, who's getting right down the ground here at the moment for Sydney. This is Roberts. Roberts now. High ball. Lear's there. Zerk Thatcher's there. He fights with McLean. Rosie couldn't control it. Bergman caught in the middle.
Okay. Thank you. Ducks, Jordan, Brady, just here.
Happily. High one here, and again, Alia's able to control that aerial ball.
Just finds himself in the right spot every time. That's his third intercept mark already.
Roberts across the face. He actually hit the ball there if he wanted to mark it.
In that last contest, Luke Parker tried to initiate the contact, but Alia knew where the ball was going to land, protected the spot. Such a good defender for him.
Misses the foot. The attempted clearance was Butters for Port Adelaide, so we'll do it again. So much movement around stoppage. Rosie, Melican a scrap. Dixon there as well, and McCartan takes it over.
Jordan.
Hinkley knocked down here. Rosie. Warren Francis was going in the opposite direction. And that might be a rampy free here, I reckon. It is.
Another really good clearance though. Really clean clearances they're getting.
And rampy, 250th game, the 12th Swan to that milestone. By the way, Lloyd is on 248. He's not far off the same milestone. Here's Heaney. Get out of my way. Slotted the ball inside. So they try and work it one kick at a time, Rowbottom. Beautiful ball, McLean. Roberts is on the inside. Didn't see it. Umpire says go. 2.5 minutes remaining. McLean goes the long ball, good kick, nice mark taken here. McDonald out in front of his man.
Great
Got about 65 metres to go.
Drops it into the pocket. And that is nice from Parker and Alia.
So really good work from Logan McDonald. That was a long lead, a long hard lead. He marks the ball 55 metres out, and they've manipulated this matchup. Alia didn't like it, a bit too much movement there from Parker. So good connection between McDonald and Parker. And that's what Longmire wanted. Alia's always looking for the intercept. You've got to hit up on Alia. You've got to make him accountable on the lead.
The player Luke Parker's been for the Swans. It's working back, but not enough. In fact, doesn't even get the trip, and Bergman's able to pick it off.
So I bet you he wished he'd gone to Narca with his first instinct. Now he's hemmed right up there. Across the goal here, Burton. Burgoyne's got a one-on-one here. He's got to win. Was able to get under Goulden. Takes it back into Drew. Drew was caught cold in my book by Heaney. I'm not sure he made contact with Burton. Heaney asked the umpire the question. Says, why wasn't I rewarded? I reckon I nailed him, and I reckon he did too, Isaac.
They're getting restless, the Swanee fans here at this famous ground. Winds a hand in. Butters clean. Narkle. Got the handball away. The big man tries to barge his way through.
Brady.
Sweet. Dixon into some clean air. Campbell taken. Dixon gets it back. Flicks it to Drew. And he misses.
Gee, I love the way, Richo, that Dixon is fighting down there at the moment. Just trying to do anything he can to help, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's a big man, and he's fighting through tackles, and nearly distributed that out for a goal. Drew had a little bit of time there to be able to convert.
Under a minute and a quarter remaining. Sudden death prelim. Out wide, Zerk Thatcher will be in front, couldn't hold on, no, Rowbottom to Goulden.
Yes.
The players lined up, decided to go long with the kick. Aaliyah gets rid of McDonald momentarily. Evans. Little ball to Burton, so they control here. Burton wanted to go and does now. That kick's too high. Gives an opportunity there for Thompson, who did well. Knuckle went and got it. What a tackle it was from Haywood. A vicious tackle from Haywood.
And play on. So inside 50, this will be a late shot for Tommy Papley.
That was just smart from Heaney. Poor players stopped. Heaney realised, picked the ball up.
Marcus here. Logan, Marcus here.
Heard the advantage and took it on.
Here, Sam here. Connor, 1 metre back with me.
That was the game tackling from Sydney. 19 tackles in the quarter.
The switch from Burton just was a little bit too risky late.
With this kick after the siren, he has to be careful he doesn't go over the line between the line and the man on the mark.
So start just off the line, Papley, and the kick is gonna work. What about the box office of Tommy Papley? He wants a piece of Rioli. There's not much in it, but number 11 gets under the skin again.
Gee, I reckon Rioli give him the chance. Tommy would just be a little careful. And there's a bit of a push and shove on here at the moment. Rioli having a bit of a giggle in the middle. Patley's trying to excite his team. And he's loving the confrontation. He loves the half-shirted look. And it's rough and tough. We expect that. It's a sudden death final. Sydney by 9 points.
Welcome to the best season of the year. Football.
All right, there we go. What an opening quarter, folks. It's Sydney 4 goals straight, leading Port Adelaide 2-3. I tell you what, Sydney, they've come out the right way. They've come out ready to play. No mucking about here for Sydney tonight. Absolutely going to be a ripper rest of the game. I tell you what, I'm excited. Port Adelaide are actually playing pretty good, but the defence of Sydney is just holding up too strong. And Papley right on the siren sort of got a mark, shot after goal, kicked a goal, and sort of got into Rioli's face a little bit, and then they all came together. I tell you what, she's heating up there, folks. She's heating up. It is on fire, this match so far. Let's have a little bit of a look. Let me reload this up, and we'll have a look at the disposal getters. Who's in the lead? Errol Goulden, as you see, no one dominating. It's a real team effort by both sides here. Errol Goulden there tops the table with 8, 6 kicks, 2 handballs, a mark and a tackle. Jason Horne-Francis looking pretty sharp out there for Port Adelaide, as is Jace Burgoyne. Both with 7. Chad Warner, Justin McInerney, Heaney, Florin. Wow, look at them all on 6. Drew and Boak all on 6. Next best. So they're all sharing it around, but it's all looking pretty good out there at the moment. Alira is looking not too bad there. Back in defence there for Port Adelaide. 5 disposals, 5 kicks. He's had 3 marks and a tackle. Zach Butters off to a slow start for Port Adelaide, just with the 4 touches there. He'll want to get back into the game a little bit more, produce a bit more. Let's have a look and see where the Sydney Stars are. Of course, Papley there with 4 disposals, 3 kicks. He's kicked a goal. Charlie Dixon, well, I'm surprised he's actually got 3 disposals there. All right, so far he's hustled and bustled. Hasn't done much, hasn't had a kick, but causing a contest, which is all right. Willie Rioli there, one of the stars there, just the 2 touches there. He needs to get into the game, as does Luke Parker. We'll see these players come into the game as the game goes on. Just the 2, and of course, Brodie Grundy, just the 2 disposals, 2 handballs. The ruckman there for Sydney, really, really slow. Of course, there is Armady. He's just had the 1 disposal, 1 kick, and he kicked a beautiful goal. 45-degree angle, about a 40-degree distance. So that was fantastic. All right, let's roll back up a little bit. Let's have a look for there's the one. I want to have a look for Isaac Heaney. He's had 6. So the mid-guns are getting amongst it there for Sydney. That's Warner, Heaney and Goulden. So they're already off to a good start already. So that already tells you that Sydney's going to be dangerous for the rest of this game. Will it be a close match? or you think Swans win easy? Oh, I think it'll be a close match. I think it's going to be a hard-fought game, as the first opening quarter has shown. I think it's going to be a close game for the night. Look, both teams look switched on and ready to play. That's how I see it anyway. So I think we're going to have a great close game. But we'll take you back down to the commentators. Only got about a minute and a half before the bounce of the ball for the second quarter. And of course, the Swans kicked that goal after the siren, which extended their lead out to 9 points. All right, folks, I'll take you back to the commentators.
Something he loves to celebrate, he loves to go off, he loves to bring his teammates into the game, he loves to get into the opposition heads, and that basically just blew it up at quarter time, didn't it? It's not a game unless Tom Papley's doing something like that.
Absolutely. Now, Kingy, before the game we spoke to John Longmire and he clued us into something they were going to do, navigating out of their back line, and he's been completely true to his word.
Well, he knew it was coming, so don't get beaten by what you know is the old coaching mantra. So last time they played Port Adelaide, they were really aggressive through corridor. You can see there by the numbers on screen. Tonight they've gone 65% boundary, and that is not them. As you can see, season average is 42%. So they've increased their boundary use and it's paid huge dividends. Because Port are trying to guard corridor. So take the obvious. So they want to rush in, stay wide. You can see all the Port players central. They're on corridor side. So the advantage kick now is boundary side. It's basic stuff. That man there's been the problem for the final kick going in, because you are playing wide. But look here, you can see them. They're all sifting inside. So wide becomes the aggressive, usable space. They got good opportunity, Joey. They got really good punch. And you can look at their defensive 50 counter punch. 5 inside 50s of their 16 opportunities. All 4 that they won back at half back have gone inside 50. They're slicing them. They're not winning clearance, but their ball movement, while safe, is absolutely destroying Port Adelaide.
It feels like they've taken a leaf out of Geelong's book, and that's kick the contest, try and get goal side and keep it wide and really be able to attack Port Adelaide, who we know make it hard for you to try and get a lot of these uncontested marks. So they just take what the game's given them.
Yeah, look at them there. You see them guarding corridor down the wing line.
Sitting to the right of screen, Sweet, with a very, very high ball to centre half forward. Rioli, Dixon there to compete. Here he is again. Funny little handball, Melican. Nicely caressing the ball in the McDonald direction. He will win the free against Bergman.
Positioned himself well, playing in front. Those little kicks around the corner drop short, so good work from Logan McDonald.
Short ball really didn't help Ollie Florent, but he controlled it with brilliance. Drew. Firmly tackled, let's put it that way, by Isaac Heaney.
With intent.
Yeah.
Hard as a cat's head, Heaney. That's where Papley, Heaney look to work together, put some blocks on.
He's through, Heaney.
He is. He is, and he doesn't need much, Richo. I think they're going to have a look at this and see if it was controlled inside the field of play.
To put the block on from Papley. Gives that little couple of space for Heaney.
I was just asking if you saw it juggle. Okay, yeah, cool. We believe it's a mark. You see the ball was controlled before it crossed the line.
Score review. Umpire's call is a mark. Please check if it was juggled. Review underway.
Clearly he's juggled it over the line.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we see the ball's controlled after crossing the back of the behind line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Controlled?
No, after, so I think it's behind.
I was going to say. Okay.
So Burton to bang it back in. Immediately sees Bergman on the move. Papley And Bergman go with it, gives away the free.
Stand.
Can he go inside? He can. He could have gone short, decided to go long, as Richo said. They've gone with a long kick all night. Dixon in the back, free kicks in there.
I reckon he could have hit up Mead there through the middle of the ground. Instead of going long to the numbers, you hit those balls 65 out, you can sometimes get over the back of the numbers. Trav Boak has to stand under it and did it really well.
Play on.
And he wobbles it to Georgiades. He takes a really clever mark.
That's just a great pull kick there from Boak. Richard, just on what you're saying, when you got a Dixon or a Radigalia, Georgiades, sometimes you see him down there, you just want to bomb it in long, but little smart kicks like that where you can pull it off, the defenders aren't ready for it. Forwards are normally first ones to react. Great juggled mark.
Swans fans seeing the replay thought it might have touched the ground, but they mostly get paid, so Mitch Georgiades. It's working its way back, just caught a little bit of the post.
Yours. Handball.
Blakey. Lundy, little handball. Burgoyne in the thick of it again. Cunningham got him in the tackle. Rub the ball up. Have a look at this. Did he jump sideways? He took steps on the mark. And I just don't know where the 50-metre penalty's gone for that. They were absolutely hot on that. And now, do as you wish. You used to have to stand still. We know you can jump straight up.
Yeah, but he definitely went sideways.
So he took a step before he jumped in the air and went sideways.
Row bottom. Blakey. And unable to keep it in, and then he gets shoved over by Sweet. So free kick, Sydney.
You don't want that paid in a prelim final. It's a hard game of physical football.
Going in the Heaney direction, it's Burgoyne. Well done to Mead. Handball received Butters, and over the top, Drew Burton.
That build-up was a bit better, though. They got a little bit of overlap. They had a player in space, couldn't find a leading target. But that's more the sort of build-up you want going inside 50.
So deep stoppage here for Port. Soccer by Grundy. Hayward, great hands. Impressive. Lloyd was able to get the kick wide, and Marty also good hands. Couple of things working nicely for Sydney there. And Marty takes them on. Kick's got to be good across the ground. It is picked up by the running Cunningham. Cunningham inside with a beautiful ball.
That was a great kick by Cunningham. Alira had dropped back so he couldn't go to the top of the goal square. He assessed it really well and just weighted the kick perfectly. It was a bit of a chaos play to go across the middle. Had the back lead. He just timed that kick perfectly. Weighted it nicely.
Already has one Logan McDonald. 36 for the year. 30-metre kick here. Not bad. Not bad at all. So McDonald with a couple. Sydney with a nice little 15-point buffer.
Sometimes
opposite forward, you've got to make a decision here with this one. The switch to Cunningham. Do I turn around and hit back up, or do I keep leading back into space? Made the right decision there. He knew there was plenty of space behind. He knew that Cunningham could get the kick there. So he made the right decision. Other times there, you do have to turn around and hit up. You're expecting too much of the kicker. Good decision from McDonald.
Maybe a recall bounce. They just look so dangerous, Richo, when the ball gets open. Sydney, their ability to transition and then score.
It's the difference in the game at the moment, JB.
Heaney goes without. Sweet's been good. Handball to Roberts, who bounces off, and then
they're just punishing mistakes better at the moment. That's the difference. They look a lot more likely.
Rosie couldn't connect. Nice flick to Drew. Now to Rosie. This works. Superb. Connor Rosie, such a talent.
Well, it's hard to tell inside there, JB. It looked like a little flick pass from one of those players in the middle, didn't it? Looked like it might have almost been a throw, yeah.
There's a sublime finish from a player who's really good at doing that.
Just nice and clean in there. Maybe a little bit of a spike up from Narkle.
Definite throw, Hodge.
It may have been there, BT, but Rosie got it on the end of it and then going through. If there's composure going inside forward 50 between him and Butters, there's not much better in that Port Adelaide team, but I reckon it may have been a little bit of an overhand tap there.
Teddy Whitten flick pass.
Hard to see when you're in such close confines, and players are so quick at it these days. Very hard to pick up.
What year was that out, Lord Bristol? You were around back then?
I wasn't born, Richo, please. Here's Warner. Hold here will go Port's way, just as Warner was up to the goals.
Stay back.
Drew. So Sweet. Could have gone the short once again here. And he wanted it there. Evans didn't get it, and they kick it high in. They are determined to go only high. That must be an instruction.
Yeah, the entries have been very predictable, Brian.
Pelican. Logan McDonald. The kick couldn't have been any better. He just couldn't hang on. Well done, Roberts. Here's Heaney. Florent ahead of the footy. Hayden McLean. To Blakey. And now Amati. And he'll get it free for high contact.
So there's the difference of 50 entries. Overlap. Not a lot. There's a little arm over. Gee, they've got nothing. Defenders now. That's really ticky touch with that one.
And this is what I liked in the middle with the umpire. Warner, the umpire said throw it back to the ruckman, but Drew was calling for it. Last week that happens in the Giants-Lions game, it was 50 metres. I like common sense from the umpire.
Joel Amati. Loves it. Got his second. So the two big forwards for Sydney both getting involved. McDonald's got two, Amati's got two. I love him internally, Joel Amati. By Morris boy. Sandy Dragon. Good talent.
You love this. McLean, give it to the kicker. And you can't let the Lizard run past in that position. Puts it out in front, and Marty draws the free kick. And look at that. That's where the game is at the moment. 5 goals from turnovers. Have converted all of them. Positive for Sydney as well. McDonald and Marty hitting the scoreboard. The big tools are getting involved. They couldn't do that against the Giants.
2 goals each already for those 2 big tools, Richo. And here's the third one. He's often down there as McLean into the ruck. Narkle. Ball spills. Goulden. Clean at his feet. Florent, we know, is a good user. And this is the difference, as Richo has pointed out at the moment, use of the footy. Honouring the little present-up lead. Port look intent on going long and deep. Roberts, he's a powerful kick. He will go long and deep. He does. Very long high ball, McLean. Marty Hayward shoveled it out. Now Wines is under pressure. Little kick. Warner, fancy footwork. Kick wide. They maintain control.
Jake Lloyd. Got room for Heaney if he wants to go there. He does, and that's too good.
That was excellent from Lloyd. He's just called Campbell out of the road. He told him to lead up at him because he knew that Heaney had a mismatch on Burgoyne.
I'll tell you what, Heaney set it up perfectly. He knew the space was there. He didn't move too early. He said, you kick it there and I'll get into that space. I've got a mismatch.
Superstar of our competition, Isaac Heaney. What an incredible season he's had. Because he does things like that. As good as it gets. Three in the quarter now for Sydney.
This from White, he identified that there was a nice little hole in front of Heaney. He's told Campbell just to come out of the road, lead up at him, just created enough gap there for the mismatch with Heaney on Burgoyne. And we know what Heaney can do with a 1v1. He's that good, he's that strong in the air, and then especially snapping around the body. Papley there, getting under the skin of the Port Adelaide players as well.
And Hodgie, I love the fact he didn't plonk it on Heaney's head. He just put it to the perfect position for Heaney to release.
Dixon. Out of the middle. Through around the corner. Too much for Rioli. Alir. Once again, just an indiscriminate launching ball inside the 50. Look out in the direction of Boak. Mead was there. Got one high. Just clipped him. A little fortunate. Mead. Burton had to unload quickly to Boak. Boak's kicked it out of bounds to the full.
Closing pressure coming from Braden Campbell. Roberts made to work, but it's okay. Their field kicking is elite, the Sydney Swans. When you're up the ground, that's an absolute sight to behold. Logan McDonald having a good night.
Talk about owning the play. The Swans have had 14 marks this quarter to Port Adelaide's 3. They've just owned the tempo.
Cunningham. Gets beyond everyone but Alia. Sin. Georgiades.
Sydney.
It's going to come back though to Ollie Florin.
This game just starting to slip a little. 21-point margin. There goes Blakey. The little chiseler. Probably should have been taken by Thompson in the end. And that's a high tackle, and they'll get a look from 25 out. Papley's got the free. Chance for his second. So all of the Sydney forwards looking likely.
Yeah, the mark play on from Blakey in the middle, it just creates a bit of chaos down there. The Port defence aren't set and a clear free kick. So he's getting away now. It's getting to a really dangerous time for Port.
For a 4-goal-to-1 second quarter here and a 27-point lead. Papley steps to the plate and kicks his second. It is starting to open up now big time.
He loves it. And Nick Blakey, he's having a night out. He's a team that he hasn't traditionally played well against, Port Adelaide. Nick Blakey, he only averages 13. He's already had 11 tonight. He's starting to really create some issues.
Well, he and Goulden, Richo, you know, Port Adelaide coming in didn't want the influence there, having Horne-Francis. Might have been legged. No free for him. Rosie bounces away. Got to respond here. There is Blakey.
Miles Bergman just down here at ground level with the physios of Port Adelaide. Looks as though they're just restrapping that left ankle, so I'll keep an eye on that, boys.
That's 20 marks in a row, BT, for Sydney.
Wow. 21 now. So McDonald looking to put it out in front of Hayward here, and another one. They just keep piling.
I reckon it's the legs. The legs are a lot fresher, clearly.
And another to Goulden.
They're stretching the ground as well, just open that up. Last week, Port Adelaide were able to close Hawthorn up.
Yeah. And Goulden takes the mark. Little kick inside to McLean. How easy is this? Is it starting to fall over? Is it starting to cut to pieces?
Well, there's holes opening up everywhere, and McLean can't believe his luck there. A massive leading lane left open, and that was one end to the other. You got, look at the ball use here. That is just absolutely perfect. Slow down, sliding chest mark, nothing you can do.
Coming into this game, who did you want goals out of? Well, McDonald and Amati would be good. McLean would be good as well to top it off, wouldn't it? We know Papley's going to kick goals when he plays. So McLean, and they have been good in front of goal.
I say it so often, BT, you've got to take your chances in finals. 9 goals won is doing exactly that. We've already seen what inaccuracy has done to GWS.
The person for Port Adelaide who normally intercept marks is Alira, and Luke Parker always on the move, keeping his attention to it, and that's what's left that big open gap there for McLean to lead into. Just a smart ball movement from Sydney all the way up, just composed, uncontested marks, making Port Adelaide defend, not giving them any turnovers so they can slingshot and use their leg skills.
The great Mickey O, loving every single bit of that.
Holding. Francis.
Holding
Over
three
here,
will go.
over here, James, over here. Stand now, come on, play on, hey.
Kick across the ground for Narkle. What a great ball. He's able to pick it up and swing around. Rioli dangerous. Wines.
End zone.
Dixon in a big one-on-one and inaccuracy there.
Only taken one mark inside forward 50, Port Adelaide. We've talked about the entries being really predictable, long, high ones. They're going to have to fix that at half-time. They've had the same amount of entries as Sydney.
About Sydney, Richo, with their last 5 inside 50s, they've kicked 5 goals.
That's the difference.
Low bottom. Horne-Francis was the meat in the sandwich momentarily, and he is again here. Yeah, so efficient.
This way. William Brody.
Port Adelaide need to do something. Still 7 minutes to go to half-time. They can lose it here easily. They need to keep themselves in the game. They need something to happen. They need a goal. And Stevens pulls up. No Ruck the winner here. Horne-Francis. Out very, very wide with a hurried kick.
Jordan Brody, hold the meter. Got through in front. Both holding,
Both holding, as you heard. Handball here to Drew. Goes for Dixon. Melican with him. Ground ball here for Lloyd. And the hack kicks out the full. And it's in good hands if it gets into the hands of Willie Rioli. Jackson Mead. Closer to it.
Stand there. Yeah, check.
Mead a spark here, Port Adelaide. Mead never really got a good piece of it. And Sydney get it out of play.
It was one of those ones where I think he was too far out to get it around the corner.
Have they forgotten how to kick the drop punt, Richard?
I just think there it was too far. You're better off doing the drop punt, even if you wheel around on the drop punt.
Woody Grundy this time beat Sweet to the footy. Almost put it down the throat of Lloyd, who was immediately set upon. Just against the tackle.
I reckon you just get back as far as you can from the mark on that one.
No genuine attempts.
Take a bit of width while wheeling around on the drop punt.
So Jack Lloyd disappointed. No genuine attempts, said the umpire. Wines with the free. And they need something to happen on the scoreboard. So the Port fans in the background urging Ollie Wines on here. Really difficult kick. Not one you're expecting to nail, frankly. And he doesn't try for it. Here comes Dixon. Over the back was Melican. Blakey kept the arms free intelligently. Campbell with that clearing kick we know he's got. And the free kick will go the way of Port Adelaide here. They play on and Burgoyne is now marked. So he's within range, I'd suggest. Here's Jace Burgoyne. Never kicked two in a game, Jace, and here he is. He doesn't believe either. Sticking it high again, Dixon. They are continuing this high ball inside 50 at all costs. McLean now will take it to the boundary line. And sneak a few metres to go with it.
Yeah, well, didn't have a lot of help over there. Butters retreating and finding a handball option in Burton, but the bounce of the ball just didn't work. Superbly done, Heaney. A little fumble from Braden Campbell. Zerk Thatcher now. Picked off by Rowbottom. He had Papley ahead of him. Kicked it instead of handballing it. Papley slaps it over the top.
Papley mid-spray decided to run and tap the ball over. Well talented.
Ryan Burton, he couldn't stand up.
Look at this, missed the handball, good spray, and then goes and follows up with the play.
Sydney somehow working into their 50. Overrunning at Wines, went and got it here, Sweet. Hands it on the boot, the numbers are just Sydney's way, and the Carter's an aerialist and an accomplished one at that. Goes back to their runner, Blakey. Straight down the middle, he goes and honours the little short ball. Florent just got the ricochet half volley. Melican. Campbell didn't know Georgiades was coming from behind.
A slingshot off here, Port Adelaide. Mead. Narkle. Butters. The set-up kick is going to work. No. Late fist on Georgiades. Off the ground cleverly. Heaney looking for Goulden. Mead came in. Back to Rowbottom. Sydney well represented here if the bounce works for them. Trying to slap it forward there, McLean. Could have taken possession, but they get the ball in.
Triple interchange there for Port while the ball is in close proximity. 3 minutes now to half-time. They trail by 32. You feel a goal is necessary to maintain.
Francis free kick.
Port Adelaide.
The intent for Port now. Is this a clash of heads between Horn Francis and Sweet?
Thank you. Horn Francis. Stand.
Right in front of the medical staff there, so they'll be all over it. Travis Boak. Doing 3-7-1. Inside to Dixon with a big ball again. Burgoyne out the back, trying to shuffle it to Rioli. Rioli, brilliant. What a spinning pickup it was. Incredible stuff from Rioli there. The clean hands, a difficult bouncing ball. And then the little pirouette finish, nice. He knows where they are. So they're back to 26 points here.
Great play, Willie Rioli there, just able to push off his man. He's so smart around goals, a good finish. And that gets them back into a reasonable position on the scoreboard. And they're having a massive win around the clearances. They are plus 15, 24-9. So if they can tidy up inside 50 in the second half, you just never know.
Butters flicking handballs really good to Drew. Another entry. Melican out in front will mark.
I mean, they've had 4 more inside 50 entries because of that clearance dominance. So they do have things to work with in the second half.
I love kicking it in the air to Heaney because with Jace Burgoyne there, he's going to win a one-on-one in the air most times. But just lost the back of his boot. Short to McInerney. It's not great. So a turnover will allow Port Adelaide to go forward. Blakey in from the side. Thump from McCartan. Ball in big, minute and 50 seconds left.
A lovely moon there, JB, over the top of the big scoreboard here at the SCG. And a beautiful day in Sydney. Great conditions tonight for this prelim final. We'll knock down Butters. Got a bounce on the full. The doctor or physio out on the ground there. Not supposed to be on the ground unless there's an obvious injury. And obviously trying to get to a player there to attend to him. McInerney out to Warner. Warner back to McInerney. Did well, McInerney, to screw that around the corner. Warner. Searching run. Papley at the back. Allaire. Runs out of space. Just got rid of it to Bergman. Jones under pressure. A minute to go. Rosie. Short little ball. The interception by Rampy almost. Got the numbers, Port. Drew. They're pressing. But it comes undone in the hands of Goulden.
Errol Goulden wants his left side, nowhere to go with it. Now, Roberts has got to go and find it. Rosie having to thump Haywood. So dangerous, Rioli. Look at the vision into the middle for Zach Butters. Trav Boak, handball receive, high one again. But this time they've got numbers there. Horn Francis went to ground, Roberts kicks it to Rioli. And he may take all this time. And if it goes through, we're back to 20 points, manageable for Port Adelaide. This becomes a huge kick now. Right on his range, you got to think. Kicking from about 55. Big moment here for Willie Rioli. And swinging back. Touched. Right on the line.
Welcome to halftime, brought to you by Matronics. A lead for the Sydney Swans. That is a nice margin, but it is certainly not a match-winning margin in 2024. There is no such thing as a comfortable lead at halftime. They're punching hard on the turnover. Sydney's tall forwards are dominant. McDonald, Amadi, both with 2 goals, and McLean with 1. This is very much game on, though, Jason Dunsell.
It is, but Sydney started to assert their authority in that second quarter, getting so much reward every time they go forward. There's a stark difference in the methodology of how both teams go forward here, and it's paying handsome dividends for the Swans. Not so unfortunate for Port Adelaide, but at least Port are fighting. Would have been great if they could have kicked that late goal, but they're within striking distance.
Port are actually smashing them at contesting clearance. They're in the game when it's in the trenches, but as soon as it gets to the outside, the ball movement and the class of the Sydney Swans is coming to the fore, and they're simply getting the ball to their guns too regularly for Port to clamp.
That's all it is. The good players have got ball in hand. They're using it well. They're kicking it almost 75%. They've taken over 60 marks in a half. So while Port Adelaide are getting the game that they usually want, clearance and territory, it's the skill level in Sydney on the outside that's winning the battle.
Our halftime highlights taste better with Pepsi, and you mentioned the good players getting the ball. Well, Isaac Heaney is one of the best. 12 possessions, 1 goal, and he is that class, Joey.
Yeah, he is, and he's having to do it against Willem Drew. So as we thought, Willem Drew, he's trying to run with Isaac Heaney, but as John Longmire told us pre-game, his work rate and how hard he is to stop, and he's tough. He's doing everything once again. So he's had a couple of clearances. He's been in basically every centre bounce. He's pushed forward like he does, 5 score involvements, the equal most on the ground, getting plenty of footy. He's doing it all.
Well, he's the centre-half forward that's playing on ball. He plays almost centre-half forward for his first half a dozen years. Just the location to see him on an undersized small like Burgoyne here, this is knowing your teammates. This is knowing what success looks like. And I know, Jason, you're big on how they've used the ball inside 50, but why wouldn't you kick it to that man? Why wouldn't you kick it to Heaney, who's the best forward out there at the moment?
Jace, let's talk about the inside 50s and the contrasting way they're going about it. Port Adelaide with the high bombs into their forward.
Yeah, it couldn't be more stark, the contrast between the way the two teams go forward. Port Adelaide are predictable. They kick long and high to a contest every time. It's a crowded forward line. I don't know if they're expecting Dixon and Radaglia and Georgiadis to take big marks, but every time it's a cast of thousands. You're not getting one-on-one contest. You're lucky if you get a free kick, but we see it all the time. They get good motion of the footy, and then it's a kick to a pack. Often it's an intercept mark. Swans have always got numbers back. But then conversely, so you identified this one, they're always looking for a one-on-one, and in particular, you find a mismatch in the air. Heaney's going to win that all the time. Look at this kick to a leading player into a pocket of space, the kick from Goulden. So every time Sydney go forward, they're looking for a one-on-one, they're finding it. The forward 50's open. Every time Port go forward, it's congested, it's a long high kick, and then they're just not getting any inside 50 marks, so it's making life really tough for the Port forwards.
What about the role of Alir in the first quarter in particular? Plenty of intercept marks. There were a few moments though where Sydney got the matchup they wanted.
Yeah, well, he was a wall in that first quarter for Port Adelaide. He was denying everything. He had 6 intercept possessions, 3 intercept marks, and he looked like the man that Sydney Swans would have to get around. But as Jason just touched on, because of the way the Sydney Swans have used the ball in the second quarter, he hasn't been able to have any influence. He got an intercept late in that second term, so he had 2 more for that quarter. So he still had 8 intercepts at half-time, 3 intercept marks. He's been sensational, as has his form the back half of the year. But when Sydney continued to use the ball well, like they did in the second term, as opposed to that in the first quarter, it's just making null and void, and it's making it too hard because they're leading up at the footy. Some other defenders that aren't as good as Alir are getting found out and getting exposed, and it's making it awfully hard for their defence.
Something to think about in this second half. Kingy, what about Sydney and the way that they're able to build the ball up? We saw it result in the McLean goal.
Yeah, well, John Longmire told us that they're going to be careful. They're going to be safe, if you like, on counter-punch, bring the ball out of defensive 50. If there's one play that just highlights what's happened this whole game, it's Sydney hitting the lead, honouring a hit-up player, using the players that are free, whether it's a 15, 20-metre kick, and just taking your time, playing with patience. They only had 9 inside 50s for the second term, but they kicked 5 goals, 1. They took 32 uncontested marks, and this is easy for the Swans. They can do this all day. So they are getting the game played out of pressure, and in full control, and it always ends up with Blakey, Gould, Heaney, and the player of those sort of that calibre, they're going to make you pay when they bring the ball in, Jason.
Well, we spoke about Port Adelaide being able to deny Sydney in particular, and Hawthorn last week, those uncontested marks is starting to come into play. The other thing Port haven't been able to match is that pressure level they applied last week. They were up around 200. Now, the competition average is 180. They're in the low 170s tonight. They've fallen well short of the effort last week, and that's why there's so much room and so much ability for the Sydney players to hit targets going forward. They're not under the pump. They're running freely. So Port haven't been able to match the effort of last week.
Let's see how Dermot Brereton is viewing things at ground level. Derm, talk to us about the ruck battle.
Yeah, well, it's been a really interesting ruck battle between Sweet and Grundy. I actually think Sweetie's actually taking the points here. Now, this is going to sound weird to you, but if I was to say, keep the camera rolling, let's look at the footage until the ball goes inside forward 25, and then we go to a black screen. We don't know what happens thereafter. I'd say Port Adelaide are right in this. Clearly they're not, because the Sydney Swans defence are able to get the ball out. But in the middle of the ground, Sweet is doing his job. The midfielders are getting the ball. They're getting good penetration inside forward 50. But as Jason just said a little earlier, it is so predictable for the Sydney defence. I think they're one tall player too many up there. I'd like to see them call that sub early and try and get a little bit of ground level agility.
It certainly looks like Willie Rioli is the most dangerous of the forwards, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, and he has been, and Dermot's right. I mean, you look at Dixon and Radaglia and Georgiadis, they've got nothing out of them. They haven't hit the scoreboard, they're not taking marks. So at some stage, Kenny's got to roll the dice and change the way they do things, because if they continue to go in this same fashion, it's not going to change anything.
Derm, what else are you seeing down there?
Well, one of the things I've noticed, one of my all-time favourites, Travis Boak. He's a warrior. He's a great player. He's been a great player. He's worried about his pace. So you watch here, he allows his opponent, Lloyd, the outside, because he doesn't want to go, he just doesn't want to be chasing him out to the wing. So he allows him to get to the outside of him. He puts himself between the ball and Lloyd at all times. Now, he also had the time before that. Lloyd was able to get to this outer wing that I'm sitting on out here and was able to get real width. Boak's worried about Lloyd's pace, and he's allowing the outside of the ground, and he's getting a few freedoms going down there. So it looks a little dangerous if it keeps going that way. He's yet to really cut him up like he did in week 1 of the finals, Lloyd.
Great analysis there, Derm. Thanks very much for your work in the Zero Lab. We're going to take a short break. Let's check in with Sportsbet.
Let's look at some stats around tomorrow's game. And Geelong give up a lot of disposals through the midfield. They rank number 14. Brisbane Lions, as you can see, they rank 5. So really hard to play against the Brisbane Lions through the midfield. So you'd be looking at the Brisbane Lions midfield to get disposals in this game. Lachie Neale been in a moon boot, might be a bit sore, so you'd step around Lachie Neale, and you'd be looking at a Will Ashcroft. 4 of his last 5, 25 plus, and he's been in some very, very good form. You can follow that and plenty of other insights on the Sportsbet feed. Easy to copy Real Punters Bets.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
I'll see you at the footy. I'll see you at the game. Look at the crowd is roaring and the play is soaring through the air into the rain. I'll see you.
All right, there we go. It is halftime, folks. Sydney Swans leading away by 25. The margin isn't that big. It is accurate kicking that's getting Sydney the job done so far in this game tonight. 9-1-55, leading Port Adelaide for 6:30. Here we go. We'll be back to the commentators not too far away. Still game on, folks. Still game on. All right, let's have a look at some of these stats now. Errol Goulden, Isaac Heaney, Nick Blakey. The big guns for Sydney are firing up. They're getting the job done. Anyone to Sydney's going pretty good tonight. They are doing A-OK. Where is the other big man down there? Isaac Heaney. There are 14 kicks, 9 handballs, 5 handballs. Doing fantastic. Errol Goulden, he's having a game out of the box tonight with 16 disposals. Santa All. Nick Blakey, the Lizard, getting plenty of run off the back line there. Who's the best for Port Adelaide? Jason Horn, Francis William, Drew on 11 disposals. Yeah, not much happening. As I said in the chat, you know, Port Adelaide's way going up forward is bombing it to Dixon. Dixon's been the target and it's just not working. That's what I said early on prior to the game. It's just clogging up the forward line for Port Adelaide, not giving them much options. Last week, they certainly had an open forward line. It looked like pace and it looked really good there. There we go. Luke Parker, surprisingly only 2 disposals there for the Sydney Swans. Wowee. Haven't seen him only have 2 up until half time. I'm sure he'll get a move on. Joel Armady, there we go. He's just had the 3 kicks, but he has kicked a couple of goals, so doing his job there. Let me find, where is that other one? Let me see if we can find Dixon here. I just want to have a look. Radagalia, just with 3. There we go. I'm just going to go back up. Willarioli with 5. Back up. All right, so I can't even find Dixon on there. That's all right, not to worry. I just want to have a look. Tom Papley, I tell you what, the crazy man, he's kicked a couple there for the Swans. I tell you what, he gets his teammates fired up. He gets a crowd absolutely cheering. Logan McDonald with 2, Joel Armady with 2. All the multiple goal scorers there on the ground, all for Sydney. Hayden McLean, of course, Jake Lord, Isaac Heaney, the other single goal scorers for Sydney. And, of course, the goal scorers for Port Adelaide, all singles. Rose, Willie Rioli, Ryan Burton and Jace Burgoyne. I'll tell you what, if you have a look at the kicking, folks, 9 goals 1 to 4 goals 6, both 10 scoring shots each, but it is the Swans leading the way. Let's just have a quick look at the team stats and I'll take you back to the commentators. It's the Swans by 45 on the disposals overall. And that's pretty much in the handballs. 11 up there and 34 more on the kicks. Inside 50s, if you have a look, both teams getting plenty of chances. Inside 50, 26 to 31. The Swans kicking accurate, and that is the big difference. As we see, look at that disposal efficiency from Sydney, 76.9. That's pretty high in anyone's standard. That is performing well. 65 to Port Adelaide, want to lift that, and inside 50s. Free kicks, 11 to 17. Port taking the account there by 6. The hit-outs, the Swans in front in that department. Clearances, though. Wowee. Port Adelaide, 25 to 10. Centre clearances, 10 to 3. Not taking advantage of that, though. Port Adelaide, come on. Let's get this game back close. We want to get this game back within a goal to the run to the wire for the second half. That will make an exciting game. 100% absolutely. So look at the contested possessions. Port Adelaide actually on top there. 69-75, but uncontested. Sydney controlling the ball a little bit more there. 119-72. Looking at the turnovers. Port Adelaide a few more. Just have a look at the marks. 61-30. Sydney Swans doing the job there. Finding their targets. Look at that. 7 to 3. Sydney inside their forward 50. And that's because, you know what? Port Adelaide, they're looking for Dixon. And it's just not happening. All right. Let us take back to the summary. There we go. No worries. All right, folks. Cozy Jonesy Gaming, how you going? Welcome in. Ryan B for Games. They help Carlton. Come on, Port, you saying? Come on, Port. Hey, guys, from Benny Shah. Good stuff. Hannah Jinx. That's right. Maybe the fresh leagues are definitely going to help them out. United GK. Good stuff. And, of course, thanks to Steve for popping on in. There we go. All right, folks, we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere because we're not far away from the bounce of the ball. Under 5 minutes now I'll take you back to the commentators when they're back in just a moment.
There's only one symbol to look for, so we thanks to Industry Super Funds. Guys, what do we need to see in this second half from Port Adelaide? They're winning the contest. They've got to capitalise.
They're doing a lot of things right around the source of the ball. What they're not doing is capitalising and using that to effect and hitting the scoreboard. So they need to change the mix-up going forward. A, it's got to be a different kick inside 50. B, maybe the personnel might need to change. They might need to go smaller. I don't think the three tools working.
Well, look at the clearance numbers, and this is giving them enormous hope at half-time. That if they can continue in this fashion, add a bit more damage, carry the ball a bit deeper, link up by hand a bit more, try and still stay aggressive and maintain that corridor approach. They need a forward to line up, there's no doubt about that. But Joey, they're in the game if they can keep this up.
They are in the game, just got to find some winners forward of the ball. It's been hard with the entry, but this is the big one, Jason. You've been big all year, and particularly in finals on accuracy, and Sydney have made the most of their chances.
Makes such a difference. The other thing to remember too is of those 8 straight that Sydney have kicked, 7 have been from outside 30 metres. Competition goes at less than 50% from outside 30. They're 100%, so they are flying.
25 points the margin at half-time. One half of football left to decide who will play in the 2024 Grand Final. Can Port Adelaide rally? As the boys said, they've won the contest, but failing to hit the scoreboard with any meaningful way. Isaac Heaney starred so far. And Alir played a big role in that first quarter. Can he get back on top in this second term? We just await the bounce. A pause, Joey. A pause. The crowd's ready for it.
Yeah, not sure what we're waiting for, but Jason Horne-Francis starting as a forward in this quarter. He's been electric. He needs to continue his form. He's been working his backside off. Just doesn't have enough mates that have come with him at the moment. Sydney, all the big ball winners, been getting stacks of it.
Here we go. Let's head to the second half live on Fox Footy. It's the Sydney Swans leading it.
Who can get it absolutely right in this second half? Heaney taking the ground without the footy as Florent goes and a couple find him.
Hold the meter.
I think that's handover we discussed has now been a hand back. Belted forward by Hayward. Zerk Thatcher, did he get out of a tackle? No. Tolamati having a really good night. Handball off to Warner. What a start this would be. Listen to this. Big strike. Chad Warner. Real X-factor player. Back out over 30 points.
Tackle. You love this from your key forwards. Joel Amati getting involved tonight. Early in the game he got involved with a tackle, and then you can't have Chad Warner being able to get a handball received 55 metres out. He will lap that up every single day of the week. So lapse in concentration, not the start Port needed.
What a kick, what a celebration, what a player. Sweet in the middle. Warner. Row bottom. Florent to Goulden. Goulden on his favourite side here. McDonald and Bergman go at it. Lovely scenes here. SCG, of course, prelim finals next door. NRL game looks half empty there. About 10,000 people with the SCG absolutely packed out. Amazing. Give some attention to Aussie rules up here. It's going pretty well, I reckon. McDonald, little tap. Port high. Free. McInerney.
Justin McInerney. Got to be very careful here, Port Adelaide. This could slide away quickly. Amati. Burton did well.
Once again, Luke Parker down there just making sure Ali can't drop off and go and take an intercept mark. Just keeping him accountable.
Ryan Burton cannot let this scoreboard get away from them here, Port Adelaide. Bergman.
Play on handball, you.
Jones. Again, that long ball forward. Hasn't really worked for them so far.
They're intent on it though, JB, aren't they? What do you make of that?
Well, Kenny did mention they've got to connect better in the second half, so they're aware of it. The forwards have got to get on the lead. You can't just call for it. You've got to have constant movement. Get up at the ball carrier.
With that run and handball receive, we didn't see any of that in that first half. They've got to continue to do that.
Drew to Wines. Wines from 50, let it rip. Got a good piece of it, missed.
You mentioned Luke Parker, Hodgie. It's a good point. He's playing a really disciplined role. Ali took 3 intercept marks, I reckon, in the first 15 minutes. Hasn't had one since. Just negating him, just tying him up.
They want to go to Heaney in the air as often as possible. Good turnover here now. Connor Rosie to Boak. Outside of the boot, just doesn't get the penetration with the kick. And now, what about the ball from Blakey? Kicks out Warner. Chad Warner wants to bite something off here.
Set him up.
Walks around Georgiades to Heaney.
See that coming. Chad Warner just set Georgiades up. He knew he had a taller opponent. Did that so well.
Isaac Heaney's got Blakey on. He want to use him, I reckon, by hand he does. Underneath the attempted spoiling player, Amati. Lloyd. Boat's there as well. Lloyd to his own advantage there. Row bottom. Gets around. Back to Lloyd. Parker a little go, Papley. Well done, Boak, to break that up. Papley misses with the attempted socket. Jones, Aaliyah, and they live to fight another day. The bouncing ball may just work, although McCartan came at it. Tom McCartan. Now, Connor Rosey.
So Rosey, chance here again. A really good ball. Burn Jones, not a bad ball either. Georgiades really needed to mark that. Got an opportunity with Dixon taken away. Melican beat him in the one-on-one. Sends the ball forward bound and finds the boundary out of bounds on the full. Both quickly to Burton. Burton, the little chip to Wines.
James, stay up, play on.
Right on the Toyota logo, Wines. Dixon the target. Rampy just able to assist Melican like no other.
Yeah, no one hit up though. All of the forwards there were standing still with their hands in the air.
Jordan, Brady.
You've got to have someone coming at the ball carrier.
I'm not sure that Dixon and Radagalia are hit up forwards though, Richard.
Well, Charlie was, so he's just struggling a bit physically at the moment.
Wines. Goulden. Boak. And here is Dixon. It bounces the wrong way. The umpire let it go. Another behind.
So Blakey has been a powerhouse for them again this year, straight down the middle, back into one-on-one with Heaney. Don't they love to clear it out and have Heaney in the one-on-one? Bergman was there. They love that. Brendan Hosking here, waiting for the ruckman. Sweet arrives, just pushes Heaney out of the way. Warner, McLean. Warner run. Wants someone to go with him. Little sideways ball, McInerney was there, Florent ran past it. Now Lloyd, bit of an arch to the back, tried to get it to Rowbottom. Sweet did well to tunnel ball out the back door. Drew, Burgoyne and Bergman. Bergman surging away, kicked into open space. No one back there. And once again, they cannot find a target going forward.
That kick from Warren in the middle is just too cute. They've been exceptional way they've moved the ball. Get the ball deep inside forward 50, give your forwards an opportunity. They had 1v1s down there.
Melican. McLean, good stretch. Logan McDonald. Got Braden Campbell on, doesn't want to use that.
Play on.
And Aaliyah, always best placed. This is something they're trying to do here, just move it a bit faster.
Yours kick here.
Boak to Bergman. Bergman got a runner in. Rosie. Back to Bergman. Kept some moderate control of the footy, but then cocked it up. Ollie flying with a little low beauty. Parker.
Well done, Rowbottom. 2 or 3 City players, but Rowbottom, so he started in that forward pocket. Was able to work down. Heaney was in there as well, put the initial pressure, but Rowbottom got that final one.
This is the difference, though, Hodgie, the forward lines. You've got with some hit-up ball carriers. You've got 2 there. You've got Amadi, you've got Parker coming up. They're not stagnant, they're not going backwards.
On his way to a record-breaking 5th grand final for Sydney. He misses right. He'll be the first player ever at Sydney to get there if he does. So 5 grand finals. An incredible opportunity for him.
First in 80 years for Sydney BT to get the 5 grand finals.
Evans. Here's Drew. Drew called to go. It's a tip. Lockie Jones. The work rate's good there from Goulden, but the mark was equally good from Jace Burgoyne. Josh Sin. Radigalia not able to impact in the air. Through comes Roberts. He'll get it back here. Roberts got a raking left foot. One out of Marty. Oh, well done. The kick was beautiful. And the one-on-one win was equal to it.
Just that run and transition from Sydney. You see the turnover across centre half back as they kicked it in long again. And once the ball hits the deck, they've got so many mids across. They've got numbers to pick from. Always blokes around to give it to. And then just the kick was perfect. Amadi able to use his strength.
For goal number 3, which would be an excellent return from Joel Amadi. That is right through the middle. Having a great night. For Amadi, just playing his 52nd game, so the future is so bright for that man on screen.
So Hodgie, I see Ken Hinkley talking to Charlie Dixon down there and Evans in the back row of the sub. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'd say that'll be the move soon, because when you look forward, you've got Dixon, you've got Radigalia, you've got Georgiades, you want to kick it long to him, maybe bring on Francis Evans, a small one. I'd be subbing off Dixon and bringing on more of an agile forward line, trying to get a bit of motion, a few lead-up hits, as we've seen Sydney do throughout the night.
So that can't be far away from happening now. Beautiful palm down by Sweet. Double inside 50. Burn Jones, the ground level operator, kept his feet well. Burgoyne around the corner. Here comes Rioli. Over the top, an attempt there. Couldn't quite get hold of it. Georgiades. Rioli, the bit of the soccer. They try and tidy it up. Florent still in play. Players just stopped. Not quite sure what to do. And Hayward saves the day and says, let's settle a little here.
She's at work, Richo, but just walk it over the line.
They still get a bit split, don't they, JB?
It's amazing, isn't it? Hayward.
Me too. Yep.
And they get a stoppage out of wing. They've got a player right there. So there's no issue walking that over the line. In the end it worked through the mark of Hayward. Heaney. Amadi not able to take it. Through comes Campbell, now Papley over the top. McInerney straightens up and misses.
Had too much time.
You won't get an easier opportunity than that tonight. You could probably understand why he was fatigued, though. He ran from the half-back on, sprinted the whole way. As you said, had a little bit more time than he thought he had.
Would have been his 200th goal in footy. Didn't quite work for him. The overlap here ends with Butters. Once again, the ball inside. Spills to Narkle. His kick, a little fortunate, I reckon, but Georgiades on the end of it. Now it's either 50 or it's play on.
Stand there. He did not move off his line.
Well, that's why he didn't call play on. Umpire said he didn't move off his line.
Thank you. Stand up and down, please.
So Georgiades in the nick of time.
7, 6, whistle.
Get it back to 31 points here. Directly in front. No problems for Georgiades. Is there life? We've seen these sort of comebacks on regular basis with teams this year. It's very much a momentum game, and 5 or 6 goals is nothing for a team these days in a row, Richo.
Well, they can keep it at around 5 goals, they're a chance. Because 5-goal momentum shifts have happened in so many games this year. Every team's given them up, every team's had one. First easy look they've had a mark inside 50 for a while, Port Adelaide, for Georgiades.
So they stay in touch.
Over the arm. Play on.
Trying to get some pace onto this game now. Butters a long one. Here comes Radigalia. Unable to hang on. And Blakey is driven into the ground. Abby.
Charlie Dixon's back on the ground, guys, and I think they're just holding off any move on the sub front. Miles Bergman's still having some issues with that left ankle, so I think Doctor's physio is just keeping an eye on him first before they pull the trigger.
By contact free.
Dixon gives Sweet the chop out in the ruck as well.
Rampy choosing to go straight down the middle. Bounce of the ball. Who's it going to favour? Parker strong over it as always. Follow-up tackles good from Brodie Grundy.
Separator meter.
There is Francis Evans warming up, getting ready to go. Dixon, the good things. Mead involved. Burton's kick to the one-on-one in Georgiades and Rampy. Wonderful mark from this incredible player, Dane Rampy. And a great leader of the club. Undersized defender, often plays on players a lot bigger. Rowbottom was looking for Papley. Butters. Neat little ball here, an opportunity for Boat to go.
Feels like they're just having a nice little patch here, Port Adelaide, although that's not going to help them. McInerney. All the way. He can go. Instead of that, he sees Papley in perfect shape.
How's that ball use? From one end of the ground to the other. That's slick from Sydney. Yeah. When Goulden's involved, something normally happens.
Great decision from McInerney too. Could have easily blazed away. And the kick was superb. So, third goal coming up for Tom Papley. And there it is. Third term.
He's still hobbling a lot, isn't he, JB, with that ankle?
The hobble doesn't look as pronounced when he's heading towards goal line.
No, when there's a bit of cheese in front of him, off he goes.
And this is here, Boki just trying to be aggressive going through the middle, but another intercept. That's the 11th goal tonight from turnover for the Swans. But as soon as they get the intercept mark, they just spread, get the ball out in the open, and then their execution going inside forward 50 has been elite tonight. Papley, as he's done so many times over the years, gets it out the back for another easy goal.
But they're number one on the season for scores from turnover, and that is showing why tonight. That is punish you.
No fight after he kicked the goal then, Papley. Normally likes to get in a little bit of a stoush. But just a happy celebrator. Minimum of fuss, good to see. There goes Sydney again. Haywood, dangerous. Bergman, good tackle. Really good tackle. He might be gone, he is. And they get him there and congratulate him on great pressure.
Here's the mark. Here's the mark. Stand there.
Kick of 35 metres for his 200th goal in footy.
Stand there, straight up and down.
Been a fantastic player.
It's a good season, isn't it? 40 goals as that mid-sized forward. Every team needs one.
62nd game here for Hayward. Kick of 35. You can see the angle for the Swans to inch closer. Badly offline.
Just at ground level, you can see the run and carry from Sydney, particularly from back half. We've talked about their transition work. 6 goals won to 1 goal won from the defensive half in favour of Sydney.
38 points. Remembering it was 44 last week that the Swans came back from against GWS. Florent can have a look from long range and just took a bit of the post, I reckon. They were up. The Swan Army. It's all starting to head one way. Horne-Francis just edged under it by Florent. Travis Boak. Horne-Francis gets it back, gets it to Boak cleverly. Boak to the top of the square, got to mark this, Dixon. That's a mark. End to end here for Port Adelaide.
Stand here, right in front.
Are they staying close enough? Very nice movement of the ball.
He's been all right, Dixon, the last 15 minutes, JB. I just wonder whether that change in that sub that we're all expecting might be just called to halt just for a minute.
Callum Mills said, BT, that's going to be a story this week. The hamstring at training. Will he be able to get up? And Taylor Adams has been the unlucky one in this final series.
Back to the middle of that. Down here, Sydney with the clearing ball. Sir Thatcher dropping a very, very easy one. Can't afford to be dropping those when everything's got to go right. Narkle the spoil and the smother. Sin made contact, got it out of the immediate danger zone. Roberts to Lloyd. Tripping over was Goulden. Rowbottom makes amends. Campbell. Underneath it all, Sin.
Now that is assuming the Swans go on and win, Brian. I've just had a text from Port Adelaide, mate, saying you've written us off. So that is assuming the Swans win. It'll be a story.
Modern football is all about incredible momentum. Can Port Adelaide get some going their way? 4.5 left. Kick a goal from here, it's under 30 points. Good tackle laid by Grundy. Horne-Francis got the handball away. Turnover. Florent. Ollie Florent. And suddenly Sydney start missing.
Good last second pressure then to push it wide from Port Adelaide. Looks like it's going to crack open.
It's got a more open vibe about it.
Sydney wouldn't want that though.
No.
You've got Port Adelaide, that they're a free-flowing team. When they get the ball in the open, they're a good transition team. Sydney haven't allowed that so far.
Oh, yeah. To Dixon, who's had to compete with 3 opponents. Georgiani's off the hands, around the corner here. Rampy. Rock solid. Jane Rampy goes backwards. Cunningham.
Just spread the ground. So much space for him to use the ball.
That's where you get out of Hayward too. Hodgie's prepared to come up the half-back and give you that relieving kick.
The footballer Dane Rampy's been 250 of the best.
Didn't start till his early 20s either.
And given some of the most horrible jobs you can get as a locked-off defender, and he's done a magnificent job with them. Kick in the Amati direction. And he'll get a free and he'll go labs.
A little bit of movement on the benches, guys. So Port have made their sub. It's Mead that has gone to the back of the bench. Francis Evans coming in. And just Don McDonald, he's gone down to the rooms with the club doctor in tow. We think it might be an ankle injury, so we'll have an update on that at three-quarter time.
Thank you, Abby. Bergman. Papley. Rosie. Florent. Controlled it really nicely, and then the handball off to McCartan. In from the side, Parker with a fist. McInerney, the pursuit. And Boak again, bites off a lot. Warner runs around and makes him pay. That's big. Trev Boak just missing by foot, and you cannot do that around Chad Warner.
Sydney spoke before the game. They know how Port Adelaide want to use the corridor, and from the first bounce they've been switched on defensively, trying to intercept anything like that. And Warder saw Boak's eyes, realised exactly where he was going. Smart enough, agile enough, and calm enough in front of goal to put it through for their 13th tonight.
All 4 goals this quarter from direct turnovers.
Chad Warner, multiple goals again. Their midfielders, the best in the comp at kicking goals.
Out of their 13 goals, 12 BT are from turnovers.
Yeah, amazing. 4 goals to 2 in this quarter. Here is Warner. Started so brilliantly in the first minute of the second half. Amati, wonderful half volley pickup. Got the little handball off to Rowbottom. Back to Amati. Come undone there, Bergman. Did well. Butters wanted it back. Got it from Rosie. Saw out the corner of his eye. Burne-Jones and found him very, very wide.
Inside they go. It's looking for the big man, Dixon. In the end, he came back and marked it well. Not going to get there. Marking contest. Almost sweet. Grundy the dribbler. McLean controlled it okay. Burne-Jones with a snap, but Grundy.
So with a minute remaining in the half.
That run through the mark, take it back. Mitch, stay on the mark, stay on the mark. Stand there, on 1. Nick, move out.
So he runs around the back of the mark. And a nice ball in good hands, they are. McLean. Sydney with a commanding 40-point lead. Grand final hanging on the end of it. Massive opportunity. Cunningham. Are Port just about done? Have they got any fight left? Where's it going to come from? High ball from Roberts. Heaney. McInerney worked brilliantly for him.
and deals to get you through all the action, like Coles Simply Sausages.
All right, 3/4 time there, folks. Sorry about that. The Wi-Fi dropped out there for a moment. My gosh, can you believe the Wi-Fi dropped out? Oh, at a time, at 3/4 time. There we go. But it's the Swans 13,785, leading Port Adelaide 6,945, doing the job well. 40 points up going into the final quarter. Sydney Swans putting on 4 goals, 6 inaccuracy in the third quarter. Well, this margin would have been a lot bigger to 2 goals, 3 there to Port Adelaide. Tell you what, we thought there for a moment. Let's see, Port got back to about 30-odd points. We thought, Port gets the next one. Could be game on again. Could be game on again. All right, let's go and have a look at the player disposals, and we'll take you back to the commentators when they come back. And, of course, Errol Goulden is leading the way. Long time since he's been on top of the stats, 3/4 time. Great to see him back in form, running into form for the grand final next Saturday, of course. I think that's where Sydney are headed. I think Sydney are going to be in the grand final. It's just who they're going to play, Geelong or Brisbane. We'll find that game out tomorrow. But we've still got 1/4 to go. Anything's possible, 40 points. It's a big deficit. But you know what? Never give up, because I'm sure Port Adelaide will come out throwing everything at Sydney this quarter. They've got nothing to lose. It's either into a grand final or your season ended. One more quarter to play. Who's it going to be, Sydney or Port Adelaide? Got 105 votes there so far. 71% have said Sydney are going to win this game. So far, we're pretty right. And I think that's the way I predicted it at the start of the game. Sydney were looking good. There we go. Tom Papley with 3, hobbled off with a bit of a sore ankle there. We'll see whether he comes back on the ground or they just rest him for next week. Joel Armity with 3. Chad Warner, Logan McDonald with 2. Hayden McLean, Jake Lloyd, Isaac Heaney, all single goal scorers. And, of course, for Port Adelaide, Rose Rioli, Georgiades, Dixon, Burton and Burgoyne all with 1. A little bit disappointing so far from Port Adelaide, but I think that's just great pressure from Sydney. All right, let's head back to the commentators, and they'll take us into the bounce of the final quarter, where it's the Sydney Swans by 40 points.
That run, and it's just giving the Swans waves going forward.
Yeah, it stood out in the third quarter, the run, not just from McInerney, but a lot of the Sydney Swans team. To be honest, they look like they're full of energy. We know they've had another break, but they are running on top of the ground, and they are putting Port Adelaide to the sword in this game, particularly in that quarter. And McInerney's one. We know he missed a lot of footy, but we know he's an elite runner. But even from this clearance, watch who the first one on screen is. Braden Campbell with his burst of run. And then McInerney and Hayward all following up, getting involved. This one really should have been a goal and really put the game to bed. Left the door ajar. And then later in the quarter, again, they turned the ball over at half-back, and they've been able to kick a lot of their score from half-back. I think 6 goals have come out of the back half in this game. It's a simple spread, but again, McInerney started on the opposite wing to get this footy. As soon as he saw the turnover, he was off. He burnt sin. Papley also saw it, got out the back. They just haven't been able to go with the Port Adelaide. They haven't helped themselves. Port Adelaide with their skill errors, but Sydney are just flying, and that's the result of it, Jason. The ability to score off turnover. We know they've had trouble with their clearance game. When they win the ball back, they are just killing them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Travis Boak, there's been a few horror kicks tonight that have been punished badly, but this is what they do. And that man there is as good as anyone at doing it. So 1 quarter to go, they've got to try and find something here.
They're flexing here, Sarah. They're showing you what they've got. The full kit bag, the 3 guns in the midfield, running riot. They are powerful.
Ford can't go out with a whimper, though. They've got to fight hard this next 30 minutes.
I think they played their grand final last week, Jace.
The Power have won on 4 occasions when trailing at 3/4 time this season, which is the most of any team in the AFL this year. So that's something perhaps sport fans to look at as we turn for home here. 1 quarter left before the grand final. Jace, can you see Port rallying?
I can't. I want to see them rally, and the supporters will be hanging on that stat you just gave us, but it's going to be a tough 30 minutes. They just need to fight to the death.
Well, can Ken pull off a miracle and storm home, or will it be John Longmire into a 5th decider? Let's head back out into the middle. The SCG right here on Fox Footy.
Got a strike early here, Port Adelaide. Warner. That's marked to Aaliyah. He's been doing that for a long time to great effect, and the kick's good, although it gets through Frankie Evans' hands. We'll get another look at it here. Thinks about the handball. Then the kick to Rioli's really good. Great inside forward kicker, not on this occasion. Dixon just gets rid of Heaney. Can Logan Evans kick a goal? No.
Credit to Charlie Dixon. He's fought through this game after half-time, had a reasonable third quarter. Did really well there to gather that low ball and dish off.
Yeah, did a couple of good things, Richo, in that third, didn't he?
He worked hard.
So Blanky. Grand final on the end of this game. What an opportunity. Melican. The little gift to Goulden. And this guy has been super. Patient here. Stagnant forward end. Really. Not one lead forthcoming. And now McCartan just always playing within himself. McCartan knows his capabilities well.
Heaney's got a little bit of room here.
He's going to get it too. Wants to pull the trigger. Look at that. Oh, magnificent.
Just so smart, the ball use. JB, they're just so composed. They didn't want to rush it. Port did a really good job to defend down the line. They had some spares in the middle, and then there's one bloke who you don't want to be free centre forward. It's Heaney, because he just makes the right decision every time.
I love how when he's one out, they just kick it to him too, Isaac Heaney. They know how good he is overhead. Doesn't matter who he's matched up against. Just get an advantage side in the air, Richo, and he will do the rest.
The best mark is a mid in the comp.
For number 3 here for Logan McDonald. And he's dragged that left.
So a little let off here for Port.
See, looking at the bench, they're sort of suggesting I'm a bit sore.
I reckon Port, on the other hand, Richard, they've got 10 minutes of really having a crack here before it might be lights out. So let's see what they can do. They know they've got to make an impact. They must score plenty here early. Burton to Sin. Sin wide to Georgiades.
McDonald's just come straight from the ground, guys. He's signalled to the doctors that he's no good. They'll take another look at it now.
So he may well be the player that goes out. Here's Butters in the meantime, almost basketball style. Kept it rolling forward. Lloyd tackled to the ground and will go again. So McDonald off with that ankle injury. Will we see him take any more part in this game?
Ron Francis held in a tackle, got it to Butters. And Blakey with a big double fist. Abs to you.
Yeah, McDonald walked straight from the ground into the back of the bench, grabbed that jacket as well. So they're going to ice him up, and Robbie Fox will come into the game in his 4th term.
Yeah, that'll be spoken about at length if the Swans get through. Heaney trapped it. Got boot to ball. McLean really cleverly to Amati. Parker, Aaliyah. Great win for Aaliyah. Zerk Thatcher now. Jace Burgoyne. Horn Francis came at it. Takes the mark. Got to kick the goal.
That was a great contest down the line from Aaliyah. Didn't want it to go out. Kept the ball alive. On Francis sitting forward now. He's the one who can do some exciting stuff. Try and spark up a goal. Good from Burgoyne, using his legs to get it in there.
To get it back inside 6 goals. Never ever looked like it off the boot, but it may still work. The heat comes from the Port Adelaide forward half now. A high ball. No mark taken. McLean slammed into the turf and gone.
Holding the ball.
Having a real push here, the power.
Stand. Clear out.
Willem Drew. Sees something he likes, and it's a good option. Ollie Wines. It's a long way back. It can start here. It's not looking good either.
McDonald just taking off the strapping there. He'll ice that up, and I've got no doubt that he will be right to play next week.
He's got a nice long week of ice buckets, though.
Yep, he has indeed. I think it's one of the things they can really do a lot with to get him up to play. Lundy here had it knocked away. High contact with the umpire. Haven't kicked consecutive goals at all tonight, Port Adelaide, and you think they're going to need to do a good job with maybe 5 or 6 here to have any chance. Time is now becoming a factor. 39 points down.
It's going to be a fair bit of tempo from Sydney as well.
Yep.
Just to take a bit more out of their legs.
We have seen what happens with teams that too far out, Richo, go completely to non-scoring mode. I think Sydney is still definitely in scoring mode here, but if you go completely non-scoring mode, the other team senses, and we've seen momentums as a result.
He's pushed. Burton just tried to block Heaney's run. We've spoken tonight how good Heaney is in the air, and that's what Burton was worried about.
So Heaney will line up for his second goal of the night here. Going 200 for him, the 681st person to play 200. As Richo mentioned last week, he can't win the Brownlow, he can't win the Mark of the Year, but he can win the Premiership at least. Here he is, 30 out, directly in front. Sydney's superstar, Isaac Heaney, nails the goal.
When you spend any time with him, BT, you get the feeling a premiership to him is all that matters.
Yep.
The rest is irrelevant. Such a proud Swan. Having the season of his life.
This year, how important he is for their side. But the Tulsa Trunker heat map played majority forward. He's had his stages where he's gone throughout the middle, but he's that quality player where he can have impact in through the stoppage, but also we know how good he is in front of.
Starting to enjoy this now, the Swans fans. Evans taken high.
Stand.
Logan Evans. Willem Drew.
On the 50, James. On the 50, clear out.
Rosie thinking about a handball receive, but it was closed down by Marty. The set-up kick. And in the end, very simple for Hayden McLean. And a 50. So John Longmire on track for his 5th grand final as a coach of this famous club. 1-3 as we speak. He's got the Swans to minor premiers. What a coach he's been. And what a job he's done with this football club in 2024.
And they had to turn around a little sort of late season slump. It's impossible to go the whole season the way that they were going, but have been able to arrest it and get themselves back.
McCartan down the line. Heaney.
Yeah, John Long might be really just pleased with the way the forward lines function, but this midfield group has been able to just run across the ground and run Port Adelaide off their legs.
The 10 times that the Swans have been minor premiers, they have made the grand final. It's an amazing footy club. Finals is a very common thing for them in the last 20-odd years. Here's Jordan. Gets it deep to a one-on-one. Aaliyah smothers his opponent. Wanting the free. Not forthcoming for Parker.
He's done his bit. Aaliyah. Connor Rozee, long ball forward. One out, Georgiades with McCartan. Now the cavalry arrives, although they get in each other's way. Both can walk through and kick a goal. Trav Boak, first of the final term for Port Adelaide. The veteran, with his 22nd touch, kicks his first of the night.
So Boak's 371st game. Richo Hodgie, does this guy play on again next year? What are you thinking is in store for him?
Oh, look, he still had the most touches for Port Adelaide tonight. He has turned it over, 3 direct turnovers for goal. But look, you know how much of a pro he is. He'll go away and have a good think about things after tonight.
Is he playing next year or not, Richo?
I probably would be leaning towards maybe not B2.
In the middle comes Sydney. There is Goulden with an absolute kick of the night. Absolute ripper. Couldn't have gone more than 2 metres off the ground, covering the 45 to 50 metres.
But in saying that, he should go away and have a bit of time off to think about it, because his preparation is impeccable.
So is it his decision?
It's rarely the player's decision. Not many players make the decision.
Marty, 40 metres out directly in front for his 4th goal. Misses.
I reckon it's 1% of players actually say, I'm not going on anymore. You generally get the tap, Hodgie. Would that be right?
Well, they spoke to him last year and said if he wants to go on, the choice is up to him. If he's got to earn his spot, he's definitely done that this year. As you said, leading possession getter. But after every year, when you hit that age, you're going to have that tough talk with the coach, depending on the plans of the coach moving forward. And if they've got young midfielders, do they want to come and introduce into the side?
And Francis got himself in and out of trouble. And the kick didn't work. Trying to find him. So 10 minutes left. Miracle time for Port Adelaide. Butters thumps it to Jones. Rozee, this has got to go through. First time tonight. Back-to-back goals. Second of the night for Connor Rozee. 34 points.
Still having a go.
Brilliant running goal finisher. Connor Rozee gets beautifully balanced, and another example of it there.
This is what you know with Butters and Rozee. When they're at the stoppage, they're always going to try and get on the move. They're always going to try and run forward and break it open, and this is what he does. And JB, you said whenever he's centre forward and he's around the goals, it's his second tonight. He's normally damaging. They need a few more efforts like that from the main midfielders.
As JB said, first time to kick consecutive goals tonight, and here they go again. Oh, the Horn Francis handball Could have been slipped into the rosy path. Just a little clumsy. McInerney gives the little one. Row bottoms kick picked up by Amati. Shoveled out handball by Fox to Campbell. He's on the wrong side for a left foot up.
Thank you.
Just those little intercepts then, the Horn Francis handball, that's what Sydney have been able to do so well tonight. Get a hand in, put pressure on, put a tackle on, just to delay Port Adelaide.
Chase Burgoyne overran Amati. Not sure about the handball, but it's allowed to let go. Heaney. Amati. And some heat came from Burgoyne, just enough to see that ball out in the full.
Outside 5 moves 2 metres
It's
out.
highly unlikely. 34 points. Everything's got to be perfect from here.
On top.
Has to be absolutely perfect. Can't afford to let Sydney score at all. And it's going to have to be an almighty search for Port Adelaide from here. Dixon's the target. Georgiades there, but too good. McCartan just superb overhead. Wanting Amati to come at him, he does, and immediately tries to get in his path. And it was kicked a little too long, but Amati body work was terrific.
Over here, Aaliyah, stand here, mate. No, over here. Thank you.
McCartan just gets it done in the air. He's such a no-fuss, tidy, super important player for Sydney. One thing John Longmire wanted coming in this game tonight is for this man here to contribute on the scoreboard. And he's done pretty well with his 3 goals. That one is a miss.
Could have been a much better night.
Yep.
Joel Amati. Just a couple of gettable ones. Down the middle. And they explode here. Have to. Chase Burgoyne. Burne-Jones. Here comes the ball movement. Sin. Inside. Looking for Georgiades. Can't find him. Gets it back, Georgiades. And bangs it forward. Cunningham.
See, that would have made it interesting. Back into the 20s it would have been. Timely. Amati and Aaliyah. And the umpire decides a little late, but correct decision made. A push. So Brisbane or Geelong.
Sydney.
Is the target for Sydney if they go on to win this game. Happily on the bench pointing to the goal saying go that away. Goulden. Just taking their time and professionally still on the attack but milking a bit of time off the clock. Gee, that's a good kick. Parker went back into a hole that McLean looked a perfect kick to McLean.
See a bit stiff there, Osama.
Massively stiff. You can see the Swans players just sat back off him, but he's already across the line.
I'm not sure what else he can stop dead there, really. What else can he do?
Taylor's kick, he's closest.
So Parker.
It's going to McLean, I think, BT.
Thanks, mate. Just on the line.
Just had to freeze on the spot earlier, which is Osava, which is impossible.
No.
This will look magnificent from this angle if it goes through.
Let it go.
Sydney fans capturing a moment on their cameras close by here. McLean's done a terrific job. And that won't get the desired result.
But the seconds tick away. 6 goals adrift.
Stand. Stand.
Mark on the handball receive and then has to kick over a set of hands, so it's a high one. Dixon in from the side, Melican there as well. Rampy able to put a tackle on. So for Ken Hinkley, Richo, he's able to get Port Adelaide very close and not quite to the big dance.
Here we go.
Does a hell of a lot right as coach of this club.
Right bottom, holding. Right bottom,
I think only Chris Scott in this period that Ken's been coaching has been more successful at having a winning season, and just that last step, you unfortunately haven't been able to do it.
Final piece. Roberts. And the sting's gone right out of this now, Melican.
Despite what their president says, David Cross says that he'll definitely be there next year. Richo, are you a believer? Do you think Ken will want to continue, or when is there time for a change with these good coaches?
I mean, we just seem to judge teams. If you don't win a flag, it's not a good season. If you're getting into the top 4 every year, you've had a good season.
Well, they finished second, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable record that he's got, Ken Hinkley. Who says anyone else can come in and do better than what Ken's doing?
Blondie, Wines.
Port Adelaide, Ollie Wines. Port Adelaide, Ollie Wines.
And you'd
Ollie
be
Wines.
bringing in most likely someone who is a first-time coach. You don't actually know if they can coach yet. You know Ken can.
Georgiades. Tara's waiting there in the wings, and there is
a timeline on everyone, though, every coach.
I've got great confidence in Ken that he will step away when he thinks it's right. I don't think he wants to be there any longer if he feels he's not getting the message through.
But he's had him top 4 the last 5 years, 4 of the last 5 years. You don't want to walk away from this group. They had some tough times throughout the season, but they stood up in some big games. Had an amazing win last week. And that midfield he's got, the young emerging midfield.
12 seasons, he's won at least 10 games in every one of those 12 seasons. Good effort.
Parker. Warner loves to take the game on and does it again. An arm chop for Zerk Thatcher.
Every time they had a bad loss this year, they responded the week after. Which tells me the players, play for Ken.
So your thoughts now start to move towards Taylor Adams, Callum Mills. Are they going to miss? Is Taylor Adams going to miss again? Having done it last year with Collingwood. Braden Campbell, brilliant chase down tackle.
Well, someone of that ilk's got to be injured in the Swans team, JB, and it's not looking like that.
No, Robertson squaring ball, Alier on his own.
That's a big question with Mills. He's the skipper of the side. How can you change a side like this? They've looked that good tonight, and especially coming off the hamstring.
How important is the trust between player and coach to get that decision right, Hodgie?
Yeah, sometimes a coach has to take it out of the player's hands. If he feels that the group that he's got on the field is the right team to take him forward for that next week, it's always going to be tough discussions between the skipper and the coach at that stage.
So Blakey here.
And it might get to the stage that his hamstring's not good enough. He realises that and he might just rule himself out early, but if he feels good and he trains well.
There haven't been many two-week hamstrings, though. They're a rarity.
No, it'd be risky. It'd be very risky with a hamstring off that timeline.
Sydney Swans fans starting to know they're there.
How good's it been for Sydney this year to have Leon Cameron down on the bench, do you think, Hodgie?
It's just such a smart football person, played a lot of footy. But then also the coaches.
So many finals as well.
Yep.
I reckon he's been huge for them down there, Leon. So you've got John up in the box and you've got a guy that coached the Giants to grand finals and finals every year sitting on the bench.
Touch ball. Horn Francis tries to arch the back and he's absolutely owned by Hayward. 7 grand finals in 20 years, this one's. They've been magnificent. We're going to another one.
Outside 5.
That is a good strike rate.
Extraordinary.
Play on.
And it's redemption time for them because 2 years ago they were obliterated by Geelong. A real dark day for the club. They've worked amazingly hard to get back there.
Yeah.
And they've got a shot at it.
Jake Lloyd. Lee flies. 2 minutes to go. Flying goes out wide. Wakey. Moving back inside. Roberts, and they're just going to milk the clock here. What about Charlie Dixon? Richo, does he play on?
Oh, he looks physically pretty cooked, Charlie.
Oh, yeah, so that you think that's a relatively easy decision?
I would say so. I mean, he's been a warrior and put his body on the line for so long as that tall forward or going into the ruck, but geez, he's taken a battering.
Macaroni back here to Cunningham.
I mean, these are all big calls. These are all guys that have played for such a long time.
So the one issue they have, neither of those guys, they're ready to go. It's Logan McDonald, ankle injury tonight. That's the only injury, I think, out of tonight for them. Sydney fans getting to their feet here now. A few smiles in the Sydney coaching box.
Look at that side. Packed house. So much they've enjoyed this year about this Sydney Swans team. And it starts to reverberate around this famous ground. Seconds tick down. And this noise, when this siren sounds, will be enormous. Here we are. They are through to the grand final and a shot at their 6th flag. What a season this has been for the Sydney Swans. Six-goal win. Comfortable enough. Logan McDonald a bit of a concern, otherwise looks like a pretty clean bill of health. Gracious Ken Hinkley has got his side so close again. Tomorrow's game at the SCG between the Cats and the Lions. Danny, you happy?
Down here with a couple of milestone men, Dan Rampy, Isaac Henry. Isaac, I'll come to you first. The sound down here first and foremost is nuts, but you are through to the 2024 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Talk us through the emotion.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I can't even understand you probably. It's incredible. We've had this support all year, and it's something pretty special. We've got a special team, and to bounce back from what we did and put on a performance like that, it's special. And to do it in this close 250, Warrior, unbelievable blood, and absolutely love this. It's awesome. Bring on next week.
200 games for this guy, 250 for you. You're a remarkable story. Left behind in 4 national drafts, you get picked up as a rookie. Now to be here 250 games later and through to another grand final, you must be wrapped.
I'm super proud. I'm a little bit lost for words, to be honest. I'm just so grateful to the club for taking a chance on me. And we get to go to big dance again. It's still been eluding us the last couple of times, but, you know, we're back. We'll be back in the ring, and that's what we want to be doing as a club. And to share a moment like this with Isaac is pretty special. He's a warrior.
How hungry is this group to be back there? Of course, 2022 didn't quite play out the way that you had hoped, but no doubt it's eaten away at you, and you get another crack at it next week.
Could very well be against the same side as well. So we're pumped, we're excited. We're a different team than 2022. We're a bit more mature, and the boys are excited. We didn't even look ahead. We'll focus purely on tonight, which is good for, I guess, we're still going to be young side, but a bit more of a mature side, and it's exciting. I can't wait.
Congratulations, 200 games, 250 games, and we'll see you next week at that final day in September. Go and soak this up. Over to you, Bob. This is Swans putting on Fox, brought to you by Industry Super Funds. When it comes to super, there is only one symbol to look for, and the Sydney Swans advance to the grand final, where they'll meet either Geelong or the Brisbane Lions. And for Port Adelaide, it is heartbreak, falling short again at the preliminary final stage. Jason Dunstall, David King, Joey Montagna. The SCG is heaving at the moment.
It is, and mind you, it's heaved a couple of times in the final series, hasn't it? That big win over GWS, they came from behind, but the best team of the home and away season has now seen their way through to the grand final. It was really impressive tonight. I mean, they put their foot down in the second term, and they were never seriously threatened after that.
They just played with a calmness and just a brutality with an uncontested game that took the game away from Port Adelaide. This was one in the planning and with the elite talent just staying involved in this game. They just put the foot on the throat of Port Adelaide really early in this match, and they just kept it there. You can just tell they had such a big clash last week, such a big investment to get over the Hawks. I just felt they were always wanting tonight.
This is one of their most complete performances for the season. It's only the 5th time this year they've won all 4 quarters. You have to go back to round 18 against North Melbourne. The last time they've done that, Jace, you spoke pre-game, they've been able to win quarters or put the foot down. But to actually win all 4 quarters, it was a complete performance. It was well balanced. There were winners everywhere from the midfield, defence and the forward line. They are primed. They are peaking at the right time, which is everything you want to happen to your football club. After the start they've had, they went through their lull, and now they are cherry ripe to play next week and play their best footy.
And they broke that awful record they had against the Power coming into the game. We know they hadn't won for 8 meetings in a row, and they've done it in emphatic fashion.
Well, we're trying to put our hands on exactly what it was that had led Port to win 8 in a row against Sydney, but look, honestly, they handled the occasion well. They were professional. They got a better start than we're used to seeing Sydney get. Even though Port kicked the first goal of the game, they then kicked the next 3. And we haven't really seen Sydney burst out of the blocks like that for quite some time, since earlier on in the season. So they got themselves in the game nice and early, asserted their dominance, and then they were able to control things. And they really had the game on their terms.
That guy there, I'm just wrapped for him. I mean, he had a 13-13 finals record coming into tonight, so he slightly puts his nose in front. He's coached 330 odd games of footy, but the only ones that really matter is his 1-3 in grand finals, and I know it hurts him, and I know he's a proud man, and they've been disappointing in a couple of those grand finals. They just want to get back there. You don't have to beat 17 teams anymore. You just got to beat one. We don't know who that is yet, but you just got to beat one next Saturday afternoon.
A 5th decider and a chance to win a 2nd flag. It would be an incredible achievement, Joey.
Well, they've just been so consistent. We've spoken about a few of these footy clubs that just continually show up year after year. They've bounced back from the devastation, I suppose, of the grand final of 2022. And no doubt there'll be so many of these players eager to sort of redeem themselves, Jason, perform on the big stage. And they are much more mature. They've all grown up. They've played a lot more footy together, and I think they're ready.
You're right, Joe, but until you get in another grand final, you can't can't redeem yourself. Doesn't matter how well you play elsewhere. You can have a great season the next year, but until you get back on that biggest of stages, that's the only place you can actually redeem yourself for a really poor grand final performance. Big seeing Callum Mills in amongst it, all the smiles. What a week he's facing to get himself up.
It looks really calm though, Jason. I mean, they've just made the grand final. Clearly they're elated with the performance, but this is very matter of fact. This is clinical in a way.
They've ticked off another rung on the ladder to what they're trying to achieve. That's all it is. They're keeping it in check. They know they've done well, but they've got bigger fish to fry.
We'll be talking about Callum Mills all week. He is the captain of the Sydney side and clearly in their best side, so we may as well start talking about it now. Given what happened with Reid and Longmire admitting after the game a couple of years ago that he made the wrong call there, do you think it'll make him more conservative? We know it'll only be 18 days, not the 21 you normally give for a hamstring.
Well, I think you just back the coach and you back the strength and conditioning department to not take a gamble that's going to run them into trouble and run them aground. Look, they're big decisions, and that's why you pay the big bucks for these guys. You just trust them. Outside looking in, we'd be guessing.
It's a slightly forced smile from Taylor Adams, isn't it? We know the heartbreak he suffered not playing in the Pies Premiership last year, and now he's staring down the barrel of a similar fate again. It's probably out of his hands at the moment. He wasn't brought in as the late inclusion. Robbie Fox came in with Callum Mills going out, so you've got to think he probably isn't going to play next week. But boy, these guys have earned the right to be there next week, and they're going to give it one hell of a tilt.
What about Luke Parker? We spoke about him so much in the early parts of the season about whether it would be possible for him to work his way back into this side. He had the suspension, and now this will be a 5th grand final.
Yeah, incredible effort by him. Mind you, it wasn't a huge contribution from Luke Parker tonight, as we see the Milestone boys getting cheered off. 200 for Isaac Haney and 250 for Dane Rampy.
What a way to celebrate a milestone in a preliminary final, booking a berth to the decider.
They'd all rather a bigger celebration next week though, Sarah.
You're right, there is a level of keeping things in check tonight because they know they've got a much bigger goal on their agenda next Saturday in Melbourne, and they sit back, they wait and they watch.
Yeah, they will, and they're going to have a formidable opponent whichever way it goes. I mean, the Brisbane Lions we know are in great form, and then maybe they want another crack at Geelong again and want to take them on, but they'll sit back and watch and plan to see who they're going to take on. But as we said, this group, they've got winners everywhere. They've got a lot of experience, but some youngsters that have played a lot of footy. Cunningham missed out in the grand final a couple of years ago. He's redeemed himself and become an important lockdown defender. So there's stories everywhere out of this one, and just well done to the Sydney Swans Football Club.
Stars win your big games. We talk a lot about them. It's a star-driven league now, and they've got half a dozen frontliners, and when they play like this, they're a different team.
Yeah, spot on. The big guns showed up again, and they led from the front. They had a lot of contributors, but as we've said all year, when your best three to five players play better than the opposition's, which was absolutely the case today, you get the result more times than not.
It also speaks volumes for a great system, the way the Swans play, because they got dominated at clearances and around stoppages. But to not even get threatened, to control a game when you're getting hammered in that area, particularly in the first 3 quarters, that says a lot for your system.
Yeah, spot on. And they were able to hold on and not concede too much of a score. And then in the second half, they flipped it. They were able to win the clearance and contest. So that's a great sign as well. They could do that.
Last time they met, it was the Power by 112 points. That was just 7 weeks ago. They're going to love this song. Genuine experience in this side now, isn't there, Kingy? They've had a few players, they've come through together, they've matured together, and you can see that tonight.
Yeah, and they're top liners. That's the difference. I think that when you look at Gould and Heaney, and I know you want to do some more deeper analysis on this, Joey, shortly, when the game's in flux, they just take control. And I thought it was really important tonight for Blakey to get back in form, Jason. You talked a lot about him in the pre-match. They're a different model when they've got that threat off the half-back flank that they haven't had for 4 to 5 weeks.
Well, this is the season after the season, Sarah. This is the one that counts, and they've worked their way all the way through to that last Saturday in September.
How much do you think the break helped, having that break after that tactic win over the Giants?
It's funny, isn't it? If you speak to people, some say it's an advantage to have the week off. Others would rather keep the momentum rolling and just go the same system through the year, week to week to week, and keep it going. But look, they've done everything right. They've prepared perfectly. They recovered beautifully from the win when they came out here, and they controlled the game. So they've ticked all their boxes to get here. Now we wait and see who they face next week.
We talk about the biggest stars for the Sydney Swans. We're about to talk to one of them now because Chad Warner joins us down in the rooms. Chad, congratulations. You're playing in a grand final next Saturday. How does that feel?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's amazing to see the crowd out there tonight as well, going berserk. Just can't be more proud of the boys to dig in, just show the confidence that we showed tonight.
Chad, congratulations. A great performance from the team, a great performance from you. A much better start from the Swans this week, something that's been missing in recent times.
Yeah, I think tonight we kind of just worried about our run and our contested ball, and that was about it. I think sometimes we go into the games and overcomplicate it a little bit and give us a bit too much information. So we just had a few clear points, and it worked tonight.
It was one of those points to not take too many risks out of the back half, Chad, because we saw you a few weeks back get sliced by Port Adelaide to the tune of 110 or 112 points. How do you turn that around in such a short space of time? Talk us through the plan.
Yeah, I think obviously we kind of just went back to basics, to be honest. I think, like you said, out of that back half, I think back then we were trying to do a bit too much, myself included in the midfield as well. So just going back to basics and knowing what works.
Chad, you played in the grand final a couple of years ago. It didn't go the team's way. You were brilliant, though. But what did you learn from that experience that you can take into going into the game next week?
Yeah, I think whichever team we play against next week, I think the one thing we learned was the grand final is a different beast. The players are so much hungrier. They're so much more fierce. And hopefully we can take that in. A bit of a learning from that.
I think the other thing you'll reflect on after this performance, Chad, the stoppage work and the clearances, particularly early on, was dominated by Port Adelaide. What was going on in the middle of the ground?
Yeah, I think we were a bit slow to man up, I think, at times. And then rolling, we kind of left the sweeper spot a few too many times. They came out the front. I think the good thing, though, when they did win the clearance was they were able to make it a bit more scrappy and give the backs a bit more of a chance. But I think that second half we sorted it out more.
Have you given the coach a big cuddle? Have you seen him after the game? He looks pretty happy, Big John Longmire.
Yeah, I saw him before. He's calm now. I don't know how he was up in the box. You guys might be able to tell me, but he was pretty happy and pretty stoked with his boys.
Chad, we know grand final week is far from a normal week. What are you most looking forward to outside the game itself? Is it the parade? Is it the final training session? Is it just the childhood dream of building up to it? What are you really looking forward to?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think just soaking up the whole week with your mates, with the boys who you've gone through blood, sweat and tears with. I think that's the part we got to enjoy as well. Obviously we've got a game to play, but I think soaking it all up is all part of it with your mates.
And just a quick word on your mate in the midfield, Isaac Heaney, 200 games tonight. He was brilliant again. What's it been like having the best seat in the house watching him this year?
Oh, to be honest, it's been an absolute pleasure, to be honest. Watching him be hard, crack in and take marks like he does too. I mean, sitting in front of him in that front seat, I couldn't be happier. And to have him, all the other boys around us as well, the stuff that our teammates can do is just second to none.
Chad, enjoy every minute of the week. It is going to be huge. We look forward to seeing you back in Melbourne next week to play off in the grand final.
Thank you very much. Cheers. I'll see you down there.
Brilliant.
I can't wipe the smile off his face there.
Absolutely.
That's
How
great, isn't
exciting. He was awesome. The 2 goals. I mean, he had 21 touches, but the 2 goals were worth their weight in gold.
I just love his wheels. I mean, when he gets going, he's got a burst of speed that can leave people standing still. He's got the best acceleration, I think, in the game. He's got great vision. He uses the ball beautifully, and then he can finish okay too. Look at that one, off a couple of steps from 55. This guy doesn't have to have 30 possessions to control the game. And he only had low 20s, I think it was 21 tonight. He can do so much damage with 20 possessions.
Well, he went at 86% by foot, so that's the point. I mean, he didn't waste the kick. And as you said, every time he gets the footy, he bursts with it, his speed and his run. And he's not alone. There's probably 8 to 10 Swans players that have got that turn of foot when they get possession, and that just broke the hearts of Port Adelaide the longer the game went. And we know how well he played Kingy a couple of years ago in the grand final. Despite that hiding, I think he's made for the big stage.
You need your guns to play with this sort of arrogance. They can't be tackled. They can't be stopped.
There's no one harder to tackle in the game than Chadwater right at this point.
He got the best breaks in footy too. He can stop in one step. He's a beauty. Look, I think hearing him speak then, we learned some lessons last time in the grand final. You've got to be tougher. You've got to be more ferocious. I can't help but think that they've modelled the game around the Patrick Dangerfield performance in that first quarter where he ripped their heart out. I feel like this is burnt for 24 months with this group, and they're ready now. We saw it tonight. Maybe they weren't that model at clearance, but around the ground with their ball movement and their influence on the game, I just feel like they've learned so much, Sarah, and they're ready for this occasion now.
Well, one person who looks absolutely ready, it is Isaac Heaney. He starred again tonight, and he is our Ford F-150 big play today, because not only did he kick a couple of goals, he had 24 disposals, 12 of them were contested, and 8 score involvements. He was in absolutely everything.
Yeah, 6 clearances as well, and you've got to remember he was doing this with Willem Drew going to him, who's one of the better taggers in the competition, so he just had to continue to work. It wasn't an easy, he wasn't going to get ball easy. You know, you can see him there, he had a big battle, and he just kept working himself into the contest, and if it wasn't around the clearance or around the contested ball, he'd drift forward, and he'd have influence there, whether they were targeting him, kicking the ball to him in the pocket, or him getting to work around contest. He was sensational again, and this has now just become his level. Jason, he does this week after week, doesn't he? It's no longer, every couple of weeks. This is such a consistent performance now from him.
Well, I reckon one thing that stands out when I watch him is he just thrives on competition. He wants to be challenged. He loves being challenged, and the bigger the challenge, the higher he rises. He's a genuine star of the game. He's had a superb season, and he'll be looking to cap it off next week, but he's become so critically important for them, like Warner and Goulden have. I mean, it's going to be so difficult, whoever plays them next week. Pick your poison. Who do you try to stop? How do you try to prevent them from dominating contests and having such a big impact?
It is amazing, and a lot of things in football happen by accident. The injury to Mills in the pre-season, on Mad Monday last year, Ruck the Swans. The devastation. We've lost Mills, one of our prime movers in the midfield for the first half of the season. What do we do? Well, we're going to go with Isaac Heaney and see if this works. See if it works. My God, he's been the best player in the competition. So things can happen by accident, but he's made the most of it, grabbed it with both hands, and look at him go.
Might not get the Brownlow medal, but he might get a premiership and a Norm Smith instead.
Well, if you project forward, it's hard to imagine if the Swans were to win anyone other than one of the big three winning the Norm Smith medal, because they're just game breakers. They just get it done week after week, Jay.
They're spoiling it for everyone else, Sarah, unfortunately. It's tough being a Swans teammate of these guys. They are taking all the kudos, and deservedly so. I mean, look at the way they rank. They are just... They're the ones that actually drive this Swans outfit. So as long as they get a peripheral contribution around them, they're just so hard to stop, and that's why they've had such a big year to this point in time.
It's been a long time, I think, since we've seen 3 midfielders have as much influence on a team in a season. I think we're going back to the Kirk Cousins, Judd days, the Brisbane days, even Adelaide Partel.
And goal-kicking midfielders,
that's
like
right.
they're hitting the scoreboard.
The score involvement, the impact that they have, not just winning the ball, but to set up the score, particularly that first half of the year and what they've done. It has been enormous, and you're right, you'd be betting on one of those 3 to win the Norm Smith medal if you were, because all of them have influence every week.
So they need more from Grundy.
Yeah, they do, absolutely. He got beaten tonight.
Well beaten tonight. And that first half, if that happens next week, you wonder whether they can still have the performance that they had tonight with ball movement, save them at clearance and contest.
Well, we've spoken to one of the big three. We better check in with another, because Derm has Errol alongside him. Derm.
Errol Goulden, you're going to another grand final.
Yeah, so excited, mate. It's unbelievable. Just so proud of this group, and as I said out there to Jude, just so grateful to be part of this footy club.
Yeah, it's an amazing football club. There's a culture here, isn't there? You just go fronting up.
Yeah, there is. We're a very role-based football club, and just playing your role and getting the job done for each other. And there was no better 2 blokes to get it done for tonight than Ramps and Haynes, and we had that front of mind. As much as we wanted to make a grand final, we wanted to get the job done for them as well.
So we'll talk a little bit about tonight first before we talk about next week and what it means. So you had 27 possessions. You only had 3 in the front half of the ground. What are you doing?
Just getting back hard defensively, mate. That's probably, as much as, it is good to get the ball in hand. I think I do base my game off getting back to help the boys and kind of set the ground up from the wing there. And, that's my role in the team, and the other stuff comes off the back of that.
You had them under control on the scoreboard, but they were getting some looks forward, weren't they? Your backline stood up beautifully.
Yeah, they did. I think we obviously need to work around stoppage. That first half we got smoked around there, and we adjusted a few things after half-time. I thought we were a lot better, but our back six has stood up so well under the heat, and they did a really good job, particularly in that first half.
Big Haydos, Logan and Joel Amati, they had 8 goals between them up forward. I mean, you guys in the midfield are normally trying to kick a few goals and get you across the line. And if you count Isaac when he went forward for a couple, you got 8, sort of 10 out of your forwards ahead of the footy. Great result.
Yeah, it is. I think they've copped a bit of heat out, big fellas, this year for not necessarily kicking as many goals as people would like them to, but internally the big thing for us is that we just want them to compete, get the ball to ground, help us set the ground up that way, and that's what we reward them for week after week. And obviously it was nice for them to get involved and get on the end of a couple tonight, but we reward them for the things like getting the ball to ground.
What have you learned from a couple of years ago that you'll put into practice this next 7 days?
Yeah, it was just asked that question before, and there's obviously a few things. I feel like it was a long time ago, and I feel like I've grown a lot as a player since then. I feel we've grown a lot as a group since then. I obviously haven't put too much thought into it just yet. We've kind of just come from the ground, but I'm sure it'll be something that we talk about in the coming days, and there's always learnings from past experiences, but I'll have to sit and have a think with the boys and we'll chat, but just want to enjoy this in the moment right now.
So are you looking forward to training, top-up training, or is it all about, I'm going to suck the life out of this week and enjoy the week?
Oh, mate, I think I just want to enjoy it, make memories with this group of boys. There's so much love in this group. We work so hard, and this is where we want to be. This is why we play footy, to be playing on the last weekend of September, so I think we'll lap it up, we'll review the game, get down to training and get down to Melbourne and get cracked in.
Not who you want to play, because I wouldn't put you on the spot like that, but give us a tip for tomorrow night.
No idea, mate. I just hope they go the full 12 rounds with each other.
Very good. Fantastic, mate. Congratulations. You're a star. Your team was brilliant.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Nice try, Derm. He was never going to answer that, particularly after what's happened in the last couple of weeks with Jack Ginnivan. But do you think, Kingy, there's an element of they wouldn't mind playing the Cats to exercise that demon?
Oh, look, they're just happy to be there. I don't think they care who they play. They'll plan the week. The coaches will go to work and put something in place for them to adhere to. And then it's just about performance. These games, you can do all the prep you like. You got to do it in the 2 hours, Jace, that matter. And they did it very well tonight. It was a comprehensive performance, really. Alira was probably the only player that really was a stone in their shoe for the whole night.
So Joey spoke before about the midfielders for the Swans and their ability to hit the scoreboard. But, Jace, the talls for Sydney were particularly good tonight.
Yeah, they were. And that's something we probably haven't seen enough of, particularly in the back half of the season. If you go back mid-year, that was where the phrase the Amati party was coined. He kicked 9 goals. Then he was barely able to get 9 kicks over the next 5 or 6 weeks after that. But he was one that looked really dangerous. Like McDonald got a couple as well, but I love the way he led. His hands looked really good. Importantly, early, he kicked the ones they needed to get themselves on top, to get themselves up and running. Missed a couple in the last quarter, so he could have ended up with a handful. Probably should have kicked 5, but took some good contested marks, covered ground, did all those things. And then when you roll in on top of that, the fact that McDonald weighed in and also big Hayden McLean weighed in, it gave them a different dimension. And this was the big difference in the game. They had winners going forward, and they often found themselves one out in space, whereas the Port forwards just didn't get that opportunity. When you look at the contested possessions, it doesn't really tell the story, I think, because forward of centre, Jace, they didn't win a lot of them, but when they won them, they got on the scoreboard. I mean, that second quarter only went in 9 times, but they got 5 goals from the 9 entries. That was the gap in the game, their purity.
You've been busy in the Zero lab because the Swans had it too easy at times. Kingy, you're not too happy with it.
Well, Joey pointed out in the pre-game that if you're to beat the Swans, Port have got to take the uncontested marking game off them. And it just didn't happen tonight. They were just so smart and so clean. Their preparedness to run and just turn up. You don't always get used. But this sort of play here, it just teased Port Adelaide into staying defensively diligent. And that's only 2 metres. But he's good enough, Goulden, to drop it into that little hole. We fast forward this because it does go for a long time. They were able to pretty much run their own race, and that's why they end up with 130 odd marks. And they, again, it ends with your gun playmakers. It ends with Heaney 60 metres from your goal. It's paradise. That's what you want, and that's why you get high quality inside forward 50 entries.
And that was the key to get those uncontested marks. That you had to work. You can't just stand still and expect to wait till you're open. You had to actually generate it, and I thought they did that really well in the first half. The lead-ups, working to supports, and that allowed them to get their game and their ball movement going.
Coaches probably love nothing more than a chase down tackle. That tenacity, Joey, to just keep going with it. We saw that tonight.
Yeah, we did. We always look at the ball use and the offense. They've got so many stars with footy in hand, but this has also been part of their DNA this year. This is why they're now in a grand final. It's what they do without the footy. And the work rate of Rowbottom here, who Jason pointed out, he was knackered before this effort, before this contest, and he just never gave up. He showed up like he showed with Heaney pre-game. He just continued to get where they needed him, and all of a sudden he has impact. There's a fumble, he lays a tackle, and it results in a goal. They did that everywhere, and that's been a hallmark of their game this year.
That was in the pocket right in front of us, and he had the old hangdog look on him. He was gasping. He'd been involved in 2 or 3 efforts, and the play was there. So I was actually watching him thinking, oh, he's just going to stop. But he just kept going. And then, probably to his utter dismay, an opportunity to chase and get involved just popped up again because another player put pressure on. So he found a way to will himself to go again. And we just heard Errol Goulden talking about there's a lot of love in this room. It's because of that commitment, because they will do whatever it takes to help each other, to go that extra yard to get the job done. And I thought that little passage was absolutely first class.
There's a couple of others too, Joe. Campbell ran down Butters, and that was big, a bit of a statement. And Heaney multiple times. He didn't get rewarded early. The first quarter, I think he laid 3 or 4 run-down tackles that just set the standard. And look, they weren't at their absolute best tonight, the Swans, but without the footy, I thought they were pretty good.
That tenacity really does set them up for a good grand final performance. All right, we're going to head to a break and check in with Sportsbet for the latest.
All right, folks, there we go. It's the Sydney Swans. The Sydney Swans, big victors tonight, 14-11-95, defeating Port Adelaide 8-11-59. It was the Swans by 36, and they're heading into another grand final. Can you believe it? Sydney won 3 of those quarters, not 4. As one of the commentators suggested, Sydney kicked 1 goal 4 in that final term to Port Adelaide's 2 goals 2. But it was a, you know what? It was a great game. Well executed by Sydney Swans. I think their game plan went as planned. Everything went pretty smooth for them. And I think they're in for a great game next week. A little bit disappointing. Port Adelaide, I thought we were going to see a little bit more of a show from them. But unfortunately, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. After some good finals. Maybe just too much effort was taken out of them last week. But nonetheless, they did a great job, just falling short again to try and make the grand final. Maybe next year for Port Adelaide. But it's all the Sydney Swans. They're into the grand final next week. Who are they going to play? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. 5:15 p.m, I think the game starts. Let me just recheck that. Just for a moment. Of course, 5:15, game starts tomorrow. We'll probably go live about 5 to 5, somewhere there. Just before 5 o'clock, we'll get a bit of the commentators' thoughts on that, like we did tonight. Who's going to win that game? Geelong Cats or the Brisbane Lions? It's going to be a big game at the MCG. Tell you what, folks, I don't know. The Lions looked pretty good last week. Will they do it again, or will the Cats, who are fresh legs, will they get the job done? Who's it going to be? Sydney Geelong Grand Final or Sydney Brisbane Grand Final? I think either way you look at it, folks, I think we've got a fantastic Grand Final coming up Saturday week. But the big game still to come tomorrow is the second preliminary final where the Cats take on the Lions. It's a battle of the Cats. There we go. The big Cats playing tomorrow. Don't forget, we will have 1 or 2 AFLW, the women's football games, on tomorrow as well, starting around lunchtime tomorrow until we lead into the big game, the preliminary final. I'll tell you what, Sydney's going to be hard to beat the way they played tonight, no matter who they play next week. They're found form again, Sydney. Their stars came out to play. They were on the ball at the start of the game, and that's what you have to do. And you don't want to be left flat-footed or chasing and have them slow quarters like Sydney were having. But they certainly started well tonight and the last time they played. Yo, Paul in Asia, what's going on, brother? Just about to end, but yeah, Sydney, they did it well. In control of the match for the entire night tonight. 36-point winners over Port Adelaide, so it was pretty good. As you see, up until half-time, they were actually 9 goals won. The second half, they kicked 5 goals, 10. So a little bit inaccurate. They want to be a little bit more accurate next week in the grand final. Oh, you're watching Netflix. Yeah, it was a pretty good game. Accuracy, tell you what, you've got to have accuracy in the big games, the grand finals. Miskicking can cost you big time, as we certainly know, and we've seen that before all too well. There we go. Now, we did have the poll in there tonight. We had 120 votes coming in. Who was going to win tonight's game? And of course, we had 72% for the Sydney Swans. They got that right. There we go. We got it right again, folks. Well done. 27% for Port Adelaide and 1% to whoever else the umpires on it. There's always 1% missing. I don't know why. It's just the way it goes. All right, folks, that's all I've got for this one. Time to wrap it up. We will catch everyone tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for coming in. Cheers, Paul. Thanks, Tina and Ben. Make a love shout out. Don't forget, before everyone leaves, head to the pin. Get over there and check out the manager's channel. It's Tina's channel. Up there, go and give her some love and support. That'll be fantastic if you get over there and give her a follow. Yeah, the manager, the best friend, always does well. So, yeah, if you're heading to the pin before you leave, and don't forget to drop a like on the way out. That'll be much appreciated. But, yeah, until tomorrow, we'll have, as I said, we'll have 1 or 2 AFLW games tomorrow. And then, of course, we'll have the big game coming up at 5:15 Melbourne time when the Geelong Cats take on the Brisbane Lions. All right, folks, that's it. Well, before I go, let's just head down to the press conference and just have a listen to what the Port Adelaide coach, Ken Hinkley, has to say.
Ready? Away we go.
Ken, is it a case of just the better team winning tonight?
Yeah, look, I think simply yes. Unfortunately, I think they deserved the win. They deserved to play next week. They were the best team all year, and tonight they made us pay off turnover. It was a game of efficiency. They were just too clean when they had their chances, and we were very much the opposite. And we just didn't have enough weapons to cause some problems in the front half.
Somebody goals from turnover, particularly in that first half.
We gave them great looks. Ridiculous looks at times against the Sydney Swans team, who are really dominant when they're running like that. Look, they're a high quality team. Everyone knows that. We all accept that they were the best team in the competition and finished on top of the ladder for a reason. We knew we were going to have to be absolutely at our best. We just weren't capable of going with them tonight.
How fine a line is that between trying to play through the corridor, play your way, but also obviously to not give them those opportunities?
Yeah, we made some adjustments for the way we were using the ball at different times. Even before the start of the game, we knew the challenges of Sydney up here on a really quick deck. There were some of those turnovers today that happened early in the first half when the game was won and lost. Those turnovers happened. We went after the game a little bit more after that, but when those turnovers come, they were undefendable probably for more often than not. But I thought they looked like a really, really polished team with different phases of the way whether they went fast or whether they controlled the ball well. They took a lot of marks.
What do you say here, group when it's raw for you and raw for them now tonight?
Oh, well, right now it's really disappointing because we come up here with optimism around trying to qualify for a grand final. We know how hard that is to do. We, as a footy club, more than any, know how hard it is to try and get through that final step. But It's disappointing. I thought as a club, we stuck together pretty well through the whole year, and we gave ourselves a chance again right to this point of the season. And I understand that the story will be around we failed to get there. I think we had a decent crack at it.
Did you do anything differently this time, being your fourth attempt at the prelim, to change the approach?
Yeah, they're quite spaced, in one thing, it's for the prelims, and even this team, this team had 11 different players in it than our last prelim team. So there's so many things that are different that you do, whether that be personnel, whether that be the style of football you play. There's lots of things that we prepared. We did a lot of things different through the last 4 to 6 weeks of the season to make sure we gave ourselves a bit different feel and a bit different look coming into this game, or to try and get to this game first and foremost, and then try and execute a game that could win in this game.
You've entered those prelims from different directions. I mean, you've had the week off, or this week you had a tough final in the lead-up. Do you think that had an impact on your ability to sort of stay with the Swans, especially as I say they got their ball movement and their run up and going?
Oh no, clearly a little bit it does, but I don't think it's that they were playing a better brand of footy tonight. And whether we were fresh or not fresh, whatever the excuses that are put up, I don't think they're that big a deal. As far as Sydney were just better tonight. They were a better team than us tonight, and they were more polished than us, and that wasn't around freshness. That's just around the way they played.
What about the pressure? I think a lot of competition happened at half time last week. Obviously, it was built off the back of ferocious pressure.
Yeah, and we came with the same intent and wanted the same intent, but I think pressure comes only when you can keep the game in a bit more of a disputed situation, and for Sydney's polish with the ball on the turnovers that we gave, I think that makes it really, really hard to get pressure on that ball, because they were clean. When they took delivery of the ball back, they executed swiftly.
Does that come with their freshness as well? I think maybe one game in a month versus you've had to play for a week?
Look, everyone says yes or no, different years, don't they? Sometimes we'll say you have too many games off and you didn't have enough hard football. I think the reality is the season unfolds the way it does. The two teams that make it to the grand final will be the best two teams, and they'll deserve their opportunity.
Can you absorb so much pressure and intensity so many years, but this year again? How have you handled it recently and about COVID, everything that's come your way?
Yeah, look, I've had great support from my family particularly, but also from my footy club, and we stick at it. We understand that. Look, we understand the storylines that go with my position, and it's part of the job. I'm okay with that. I can deal with that, and I don't necessarily enjoy it, but the reality is it's part of what I do, and if I can't cope, I shouldn't be here.
Four prelims, you're the common denominator among them all. Do you ever have self-doubt in the way you prepare for these final games?
Until you get through it, you'll always have some reflection pieces. I don't know whether it's doubt, but you have reflection pieces, and I'm not silly enough not to acknowledge that I have been the constant, along with some other people at the footy club. But it's not a one person. Like we should stop that story a little bit. This is a whole of club thing that goes on. It's not one person responsible. If we had got through tonight, it wouldn't have been me. And if we didn't get through tonight, it'd be us. And I think that's the language we like to use at Port. It's about us, not me necessarily. But I do understand that as the head coach, you cop the brunt of that. And I'm okay with copping the brunt, but the reality is you can't do this without a full club. You just can't. No one person is going to do it on his own, whether that's one player, whether that's one coach, anything to do with the footy club. You need the whole club.
What gives you confidence that, obviously it's ruled out, but what gives you confidence that you can take that next step, come back to the world next season?
Well, I reflect on the group, and they do tend to come back more often than not. They have been able to come back, and even when we haven't come back over the journey, we haven't missed by much. We've been thereabouts, and the challenges will be real again next year. We'll look to improve. We'll look to get better. Every season, you get a chance to improve your list. As was reported this way, I think we're one of the younger teams in the finals this year. So, I think there's some real positives around what we've done this year. Right now, it's hard to talk about the positives though.
When you look at the weapons and the versatility the Swans have, what are you missing? Are you one really dominant key forward away from being able to make that next step?
Perhaps tonight's not the night to reflect that deeply, I don't think. I think we should acknowledge the Swans played really well and they deserve their spot in the grand final. We'll go off, we'll go back, we'll sort through our end of season review. We'll look at all those things then, and then we'll look to what it is that we think we need to take the next step.
Pretty classy response there from Ken Hinkley. Jace, what do they need to take the next step?
Well, it's a good question. I think we're going to see the end of Charlie Dixon. Maybe Travis Boak as well, so there's going to be a couple go out at that end. I think they need to change the way they attack the forward half of the ground, and they've got to get a bit more variety. I think they desperately need a couple of small key forwards, a couple of really good, quick, live-wire, small forwards. And, aside from that, I don't know. You need a lot of luck throughout the course of the season, and at different stages, maybe it didn't come their way. They fell quite short tonight, but I think Kenny's pretty practical. He said the best two teams will get there, and that means they're not one of the best two teams. And I think, even though they fell into second on the home and away ladder, I don't think, they didn't seem to me to be the second best team. I don't know about you guys.
I think suspensions in September just ruin seasons. And the Dan Houston suspension was a disaster for them. And
the Farrell injury as well.
And the Farrell injury, it disarmed Ken across half-back. They're a ball movement team. They're a corridor team. They're all-out aggression. And you just can't lose those kickers off half-back, Joey, when they lost them. And I thought it sent them into a bit of turmoil in terms of, do we now still attack, even though we haven't got that quality? Or do we play a bit safer? You go on making changes in September.
Yeah, they lost their way a little bit in how they wanted to move the footy, didn't they? And to be honest, and their superstars didn't really stand up. Now, we understand Zach Butters was playing sore. Connor Rosie didn't reach the heights. I thought Horn Francis was terrific for the whole final series. He tried his backside off. But in the end, you need your best players playing at their optimal against the very best. They couldn't quite do that. I thought still a pretty positive year because they are a relatively young group. A lot of young players there, so they'll continue to build and grow together.
Not many people left in the SCG now. There is a group of very loyal Swans fans who gave John Longmire quite the cheer as he walked across the ground. He's headed down to the media centre where he's preparing to field some questions. And, well, there we have it. A smile from the coach, John Longmire, as his team heads to a grand final. And this is his fifth decider in charge.
Thanks for coming, guys. Fire away. John, through to another grand final. Must be feeling pretty good after that result.
Absolutely. It's it's a great spot to be in. It's what you work for. What you started training way back last year, and before that really, it's after the last game last year. You go into preparation mode straight away with staff and different things and players, and you work really from our last game right through. The players came back terrific, and we give ourselves an opportunity next week, and so it's terrific. I thought we executed today as good as we could have. Our method was really good. We were strong in the contest. We concentrated on our process and lived in the moment, got the job done.
How pleased were you with the way you were able to do it? Like, you had a strong first quarter, which we've spoken about a lot this year. You kind of down on the clearance numbers, were able to battle through that. There are a lot of things that you were able to push through in that game and get on the right side of.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, not everything's going to go your way, and I've said it probably a number of times at the back end of the year that you've just got to find different ways at different times, and whether that's finding ways to win or getting back on top of clearance, or clearly we were getting well beaten out of the centre. Our free kicks at clearance were a big issue. Those type of things were putting us on the back foot at times, but we were able to work through that. Our defenders played well, and then we're able to turn the tide a bit, and that's always good because things aren't going to go your way. At this time of the year, you're going to be up against it at different times in the game with different things. Sometimes those things change, and you've got to be able to adapt and problem solve and do that on the run. And now I thought our players did that well.
There are a few close games this final series. How are the stress levels today after dominating at every quarter?
No, they're still pretty high. No, it's just that's just you just live in that space. So you just. I thought we used really strong method tonight, and we were even. I thought we had an even performance, and we're able to offensively, defensively play a really strong method, and I think that was important.
I think it's something if you partnership, you've won every quarter. It's the most complete performance of the year.
Oh, look, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet. I'm not really worried about that, to be honest. I'm just, I just thought we played a good method. It's not about, saying where it rates in the year. For me, it's just, we needed to get the job done tonight, and we came in, and the best way to get the job done is to be hard in the contest and get your method right. And if we get those two things right, generally things take care of themselves.
John, in terms of personnel, how is Tom?
Look, he's okay. He's just seen the docs when I left, so he seemed okay himself. So see how his ankle pulls up.
One of the differences. What was the issue?
He rolled it. Yeah.
One of the differences early on was you were able to have a few options in attack, whereas I guess how we're struggling final or two. How important is it going into the grand final that we've got Logan hopefully up and running? Marty's come to kick 3 goals and even perhaps the same.
Yeah, hopefully they're everyone's ready to go, and that's all we can do at this time. But it's about different methods at different times. It's not about the individual all the time, and I thought that was what I was pleased about tonight. There was different players shouldered the loads at different times, so that was good.
John, how well equipped do you think this group is to deal with the week in front of them compared to maybe 2 years ago?
Well, you're always learning, aren't you? You're always learning, and we learn all the time. You learn tonight. We learn. We'll get into the review this week and learn what we did well and what we need to improve again, and we'll learn to deal with the week, and that's part of it. I mean, it's just it's a good thing to have in front of you. That's what you want to be, is be a part of grand final week. You get the balance of what the week's about and understanding what that is, and knowing you still got to do your job. Our training, I thought, over the last 2 weeks was excellent. We trained at a really high standard, really sharp, really hard, prepared ourselves to play well, and our meetings and things like that, the day-by-day stuff is the really important things, and that's what we'll be concentrating on this week is, enjoy the preparation part, and that's what you need to do. Our training, our meetings, our reviews, all of those things we did well over the last 2 weeks. So we need to apply that methodology coming up to this week.
Will you do much different logistically to what you did in 2022, even in terms of access to the SCG, getting down there earlier? Will you tweak anything?
We'll have a look at that this week.
John, it is a tough season, and you reflected on that. It's not easy to get here. As a coach, are you able to enjoy the week at all, or is it until the trophy's hit?
You just enjoy the process of the week. It's about the method, and I sort of want to emphasise that. You don't sit back and just. You've got work to do, and we've got to get to work this week, and we'll get to work on. Tonight you want to enjoy it with friends and family, and enjoy it tomorrow. Get your recovery done, and then we'll get to work on Sunday, and you just get all the stuff out of the week, early in the week out of the way, and then you sort of get your training done, and that's the part of it that you sort of lean into, is just the work needs to be done, and that's the part of it that you really enjoy.
What's the plan in terms of Callum Hilton, when you make a decision in terms of his fitness?
Well, he trained today and trained quite well, so did a fair bit, which is a good sign. We'll see how the week progresses.
Obviously made a call if Sam Reid didn't work out in 2022. Does that factor in when you make a call heading into your grand final?
Let's see how the week progresses. I'm half an hour after just walking off after a prelim.
At that part, like stories, Taylor Adams is no stranger to them. Do you feel for those players in these moments?
Yeah, I've been there as a player, and a couple of times, both with injury and non-selection. So absolutely you do. But his attitude's been terrific. He's out in the ground tonight and soaking in the moments. And we're not sure what happens this week. And so just keep working and see how the week progresses.
John, on the flip side of that, you've got Luke Parker, who there was at stage, the way his season with all its hurdles was going, there's questions about whether he would get back. He has got back. He's the only player in that team that's actually played in the premiership team. Can he add anything to the week for you? Is that sort of sole survivor from 2012?
Sole survivor? That's an interesting way to put it, Mel. I just think, blokes have played in grand finals before. They understand it. It's about concentrating on your job. It's about doing your job. That's what it's about. Enjoying the moment with friends and family, but then getting back to work. That's what it is. You've still got to go and do your job each training session, and then go on in game day. You've still got to go out there and play your role, do your job. It sounds like it's a bit boring, but that's what works. That's what's worked over the last so many years for us. It certainly worked for us the last 2 weeks in the preparation for tonight.
What was the thinking about playing him on a wing? You've got a sort of a key defender on a sort of a small forward.
Yeah, he didn't start on him. He sort of, and Lee was sort of doing a bit of damage in that first probably 15, 20 minutes. And then we put Parksy to him. Parksy's pretty smart and he's got good forward craft, and you've got to be those things to play on a Lee, because he's a very good player. And so, I thought he did a reasonable job on him too, when he was playing pretty well in that first quarter.
Justin McInerney was obviously a little bit quieter in that first game back, but he looked excellent and kind of back to form after that bigger training block in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was important to get a couple of weeks of good training into him, and he did some real specific stuff. Our coaches worked with him hard, and that was the beauty, I guess, for him and Paps and those guys that were coming back to get some good work into them. They sort of, you pull up the first game, you've got a couple of bumps and bruises, and then you sort of get over that, but then you can get a good training block in, and certainly with him it helped. He looked really sharp tonight.
John, do you have any nerves about Dean Rampy for the hit on Zach Butters in the first quarter?
I didn't see it, yeah, sorry. I don't know.
Do you expect your players, even if you don't talk about it as a group, but just do you expect players to personally draw on the hurt from 2 years ago, just through the week?
I think you sort of live in the moment, and we talked about that this week, and just concentrate on what's in front of us, and that's where you get your focus. That's where you sharpen your focus. Each day by day and focus. You focus on that, and that's what we did tonight. I think it worked pretty well, and we'll maintain that focus. Preparation is what we can control, and that's what we do. We get to work and enjoy the experience of working hard.
So John Longmire, just one winner.
All right, folks, there we go. That comes to the end of this coverage of this game where the Sydney Swans, that was the coach, John Longmire, and of course Ken Hinkley, the Port Adelaide coach first, who spoke at the press conference. But that's where we end the live tonight. Of course, the Sydney Swans by 36 points over Port Adelaide. They were just way too good, the Swans, controlling the game from go to woe. Who might win next game? The grand final? Well, we'll just have to wait and see who's playing there, Al. As long as it's going to be a cracker game, I think Sydney's going to be hard to beat the way they played tonight. We'll have to see tomorrow how either Geelong or Brisbane fare in that game and how they play. But it should be a close game. I think we've got 3 really competitive teams left in the competition. So we'll see tomorrow who Sydney's going to play in the grand final. Will it be Brisbane or Geelong? Should be absolutely fantastic. All right, folks, that's me. I'm over and out. Thanks, everyone, for coming in. Don't forget, just head to the pin. That's Tino Bembem's channel. That's my manager. Go and check her out. Give her a little bit of support. Don't forget, hit the like on the way out. Appreciate that. And we will see everyone tomorrow. AFLW action, the women's football, and of course then followed on by the big game where Geelong take on the Brisbane Lions here at the MCG. Hopefully the weather will be good. Hopefully it's a perfect day for it. I'm sure it's going to be a sellout crowd. It's going to be a big crowd there at the MCG. It's going to be another exciting game, just like it was here tonight at the SCG between Sydney and Port Adelaide. The fans were excited. They made plenty of noise throughout the game. Sellout crowds, that's what we like to see. Great atmosphere at the football. I tell you what, it was a good game. Well done, Sydney. Commiserations to Port Adelaide. But there can only be one winner. And we'll see that Saturday week. But tomorrow we'll find out who Sydney plays in the 2024 AFL Grand Final. All right, folks. Until tomorrow, ciao for now. And we'll see you in the next live at the footy.